I've been informed that we actually have registered local and international participants from diverse backgrounds and also localities. Example, of course, from Malaysia. There are also from Bahrain, Bangladesh, Brunei, China, Indonesia, Kenya, Libya, Nigeria, Pakistan, Singapore, and even the United States. So for those who have missed yesterday's conversation and sharing involving 3 sessions, on session 1, Future of Civilizations and Dialogue of Civilization, session 2, Circular Economy and Climate Justice, and session 3, Science, Religion and Worldviews. We hope you can catch the recording that we hope to upload on our website and Facebook. Okay, moving on. So our second day and our last day of this conference, we'll start with session 4, Sustainable Development and Local Actions. It will include a plenary keynote address and also followed by 4 paper presentations. The moderator for the plenary keynote address of session 4 is Associate Professor Dr. Chai. She's already here. Hi, Chai. Dr. Chai is actually the head of Research Services Division of the Institute of Research Management and Monitoring for University Malaya. She's also the chair. I'm just going to highlight some key points about her. She's the chair of the Young Scientist Network Academy of Sciences Malaysia that represents top young researchers in the country who are committed to contribute to the national ecosystem beyond their individual research interests. Part of her role includes engaging young academics in the country to rethink their role in shaping higher education for the future and promoting research integrity in Malaysia. In fact, she's one of the main authors of the Malaysian educational module on responsible conduct of research, which was published and launched in 2018. She's also, based on her focus of her specialization, she has been selected and provided a fellowship to participate in the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs Global South Biosecurity in Switzerland in 2019. Yeah, Dr. Chai. So Dr. Chai, maybe many of you recognize her through the multiple awards that she has received. For example, the L'Oreal UNESCO Women in Science Award in 2018, Mary Claire's Amazing Woman in Malaysia in 2019, and even the Asian Women Entrepreneurs Leadership Award in 2019. So without delaying any further, the floor is yours, Dr. Chang.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Duria, for the very extensive, introduction. First of all, so I would really like to congratulate the Center for Civilization Dialogue for this very successful organization of this interesting conference. And of course, thanks for giving the opportunity to me to moderate this very important session on sustainable development and local action. So while there has been a lot of discussion and talk about sustainable development goals, and probably COVID-19 has stimulated a lot of awareness, and many have started to realize that environmental sustainability has a great impact on our health as well as livelihood. It is critical, to implement and practice as well as translate all the planning and strategies, into actions, particularly local actions. So just as the title over here, for this session indicate. But just knowing, realizing and knowing is not enough. So the key over here is, to walk the talk. And of course, there are many challenges, in putting the strategies into real actions, as well as to implement it for local benefits. Well, I will actually, stop here, as you are not here, to hear from me. So with us today, we have a prominent environmental sociologist, Dr. Sharina Abdul Halim, from the Institute for Environment and Development, Lestari, UKM. So welcome, Dr. Sharina.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Sharina, for joining us today. So before I invite you to give your presentation, could you just give me a few minutes, to read your biodata to the audience? So Dr. Sharina Abdul Halim is an environmental sociologist, and she is currently serving as a senior lecturer at the Institute for Environment and Development, in short, Lestari UKM. So currently she holds the position of Deputy Director of the Institute for Environment and Development from her terms will be from 2022 to 2025. And her research interests include islands and indigenous community development, sustainable livelihoods, tourism development, and heritage conservation. She was part of the editorial board for SHIMA, the International Journal of Research into Island Cultures. She is a member of the National Geopark Implementation Committee and is actively involved as part of the scientific and technical team for Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark since 2007, and involved directly during the UNESCO Global Geopark Revalidation Assessment in 2021, 2015, and 2019. She's assigned as one of the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, IPCC lead authors for Chapter 5 on the Special 1.5 Degree Report, 2017-2018, and Chapter 10, Asia for the Working Group 2 Contribution to the IPCC 6th Assessment Report, so in 2019 and 2021. So without further ado, Dr. Sharina, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shai, for the very kind introduction. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all distinguished guests, fellow presenters, ladies and gentlemen. So Alhamdulillah, today I feel very humble by this very kind invitation. And first, please allow me to express my warm, sincere thanks and appreciation to the kind organizer of this conference, International Conference on Civilizational Dialogue 2022, and with special thanks to Professor Datuk Dr. Azizan Baharuddin for giving me this space and opportunity to share a bit of what I know about sustainable development and local action, in which will be the topic of my presentation today, inshallah. So I would like to begin by sharing with you the work of Professor Robert Shea. For many years, particularly in what he had written in 1983 in his book called the Rural Development, Putting the Last First, okay, in which he contended that the researchers, scientists, administrators, and field workers often rarely give enough appreciation to the richness and the validity of the rural people, especially in terms of their knowledge or the hidden nature of rural poverty. And then I would also like to follow up with what Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, where in 2001, he had beautifully encapsulated what was the biggest challenge in this century is to take an idea that seems abstract, which is sustainable development, and turn it into a daily reality for all the world's people. So we realize today we are here this lovely morning that all of us in our own limited capacity, we are working on the ground with different communities in which our goal is towards achieving sustainability in various aspects of our life. And in all walks of life, especially in almost all demographic and socio-economic backgrounds, each and every one of us had something similar, more than what a lot is now going in various media, or politician even try or sometimes tries too hard to show how divided we are. However, if only we stop to listen to each other sincerely. In our current situation with the system, the political system, the media, we often see how the reflection of a country that seems to be polarized and paralyzed and is very much into self-interest. And yet I know, inshallah, I know you also know the truth, that we all know that we are better than all this cynicism and the pessimism that has been regurgitated, inshallah. I know that we are all together here on the same page, that we all would like to understand better each other, and that we realize that after all, the real progress requires authenticity, and authenticity not only in terms of way of being, but also is manifested and reflected in our honesty and above all, our empathy. So in linking to the topic of my presentation today of how sustainable development and local action, I would like to bring to you from the perspective of the communities, where now communities are facing impacts and they are becoming more susceptible to risk, especially as a result of the climate variability and climate change. And we are all aware that the current report of the IPCC Assessment Report 6 is out and had already created a lot of issues and also created a lot of awareness to the emergency condition and situation that we are all facing. Thus, we need more concerted efforts, and we need to address this challenging situation at various levels. So the first point that I would like to share with you, the highlight of the topic on sustainable development and local action, is to draw your attention to climate change and sustainable development, in which they are fundamentally connected. And the limitation of the limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, therefore, would sincerely require mitigation actions and adaptation measures to be taken at all levels. And this adaptation and mitigation action would definitely include reducing emissions and how to increase resilience through technology and infrastructure choices, but also increasing resilience by changing our behavior and our policy interventions. Furthermore, when we speak about communities and understanding from their cultural lens, understanding from their perspective, this would require collective efforts at all levels on how it has been reflected by taking different circumstances and capabilities in our pursuit towards limiting the global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So we have to take into account aspects like equity as well as effectiveness to strengthen and to facilitate our responses, be it at the smaller scale, from the individual to the community, to the nation, as well as to the global responses to climate change, in order to achieve sustainable development and, of course, inshallah, to also eradicate poverty. I would like to kindly bring to your attention on the progress. Of course, we will all wonder how much progress have we achieved thus far, now that we know sustainable development is being manifested through the Sustainable Development Goals, and we know that we have 2030 to realize this aspiration of SDG, where we have these targets and all these 17 goals, and we have 169 targets and 232 indicators. These are all trying to bring countries of the world together to work towards achieving these goals. So one of the initiatives that has been taken, a joint collaborative effort between researchers at the University of Oxford and the Global Change Data Lab, is through their SDG tracker. So they have the latest version, which was updated in 2018. And we all can just Google this up to see how much progress we have been able to make in terms of when we speak this very abstract concept of sustainable development. So this SDG tracker is an open access project that tracks the latest data across all of that 17 SDGs. And it is serving as an interactive hub where we as users can explore and track our progress across all of that 17 goals together with the indicators for which there is data availability. So that is the challenge as well. So the breadth of all of this data availability seems to be showing a significant challenge for all countries in delivering these commitments. Yeah. So this inclusiveness of the data is intended to extend beyond just national level contribution, but the scope of the Sustainable Development Goals should mean that everyone has a role to play. And this would certainly extend from policymakers to researchers, teachers, businesses, and the general public. Okay? Yet, we know that in order to achieve these SDGs, we require a robust evidence that we need in order to provide necessary support to manage situations where susceptibility areas, where there is increase of exposed population. So currently, there need to be more integration between this evidence-based data, the best available science, together with acknowledging and respecting indigenous and local knowledge to comprehend climate variability and change, be it at the individual or even local, regional, and at the international levels. Coming back to our country, Malaysia, we can also see the status of our Sustainable Development Report. And formerly, it was known as the SDG Index and Dashboard, which is a global assessment of countries' progress towards achieving the SDG. So it is a complement to the official SDG indicators and the voluntary national reviews. So if we look at this SDG report, we could see in the website that we observe that the Malaysia current SDG index ranked at 72 out of 163 countries with the SDG index score of 70.4%. Meaning to say, if you achieve 100%, that means you have been able to achieve all of that 17 goals. Yeah, but we know that the importance of numbers, be it quantitative, be it qualitative, in making sense the real progress on the ground that we have been able to make in moving us towards achieving sustainability together. Engagement of local community and multi-stakeholders with SDG and their potential really require us to tell the stories, the narratives of the lives across our country as well as across the world as they are now, and what we aspire for it to be. Beyond that, we need to understand how everyone's story matters and how it matters for us to weave together these stories to provide a landscape of living condition across the world together. Okay. For instance, I would like to share with you an example from Malaysia, where in the reconstruction of process, particularly in the context of disaster, local community would mobilize all of its resources and in the process, hoping to build their capacity to deal with future crises. However, we realize that both approaches, top-down and bottom-up, are needed in order to address this process of reconstruction, in which both of the approaches, top-down and bottom-up, would have significance and strength and the potential to help the affected communities, in particular with respect to understand the cultural context and the geographical locality. So the knowledge that we still have are filled with gaps, particularly as to what extent do we know and are we aware truly about how the relationship between disaster, climate change, and how does it all are effectively being dealt. What are the initiatives that have been carried out in order to communicate and to educate our society on this matter? In Malaysia, we also realized that addressing climate change, we are still at an infancy stage. Although, with respect, we acknowledge that various top-down initiatives have been translated into policy plans, such as the National Policy on Climate Change 2009 and the National Disaster Management and our 12th Malaysian Plan. Nevertheless, further improved knowledge and awareness on the risk of climate-related hazards at the local level, community engagement and stakeholder participation on these emerging matters of climate change are still less than satisfactory. Even so, we acknowledge the work of many NGOs as well as civil society organizations, even religious-based organizations who are working so hard at the grassroots level together with the affected local community or even those who are not affected by the situation are coming together to a certain extent. Also, we are seeing more cooperation together with the private sector in addressing these pressing matters. Even more so for the poor, the disadvantaged, and the vulnerable population, the lack of awareness and the readiness to confront and overcome our climate-related hazard have contributed to much devastation and the outcomes. For example, we observe in the floods that occurred in the East Coast Malaysia, and we realized that we need more of an avenue to co-produce our climate knowledge for adaptation in with the affected communities, together with the scientific evidence as a reference to ensure we could formulate better climate adaptation strategies. I would like to also share with you on understanding this impact from the perspective of the poor, the disadvantaged, and the vulnerable population by using the micro experiences of change, where the suffering and the risk illustrate how individuals and communities are truly experiencing climate change in an intimately and meaningful ways, and how they construct their knowledge based on these experiences and how that knowledge shapes their responses. So we would like to argue that micro experiences of climate change is critical, but at the moment is still much needed to understand this component of our understanding of the Anthropocene as a new geological, cultural, and political era. Of course, we are not denying the importance of macro experiences, in which is crucially important, but without the careful construction of these models, between the micro and the macro experiences, we would not be able to fully understand the multiple drivers, the trajectories, and the effects of climate change. And where now we have seen that many people have come to understand and also respond to climate change through the globally scaled imagery and narratives that emanate from scientific synthesis, from international policy and activism. For many others, we see that this story of global dynamics and the distant impacts seems like just a mere abstraction. And therefore, we need to examine climate change at the resolution of these micro experiences, which has the advantage of showing us the change where many people, perhaps especially those whose livelihoods, social relation, and culture are most intimately linked to the environment. You've got to see it, you got to feel it, and you got to make sense of it. Careful analysis and appreciation of these micro experiences and the resulting knowledge system may therefore broaden the foundation for our shared understanding and our collaborative action to address climate change in an inclusive manner. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like again to bring back to my first point where I highlight that the importance of understanding climate change and sustainable development as they are fundamentally connected. And having said this, we also cannot run away from addressing the pertinent issue of social protection agenda, which has now grown steadily into a more complex and multidimensional framework. And this concept of social protection has emerged to tackle the issues of poverty, inequality, and vulnerability. And traditionally, we see how social protection focus on reducing poverty through the regular and the predictable support to those with inadequate or no income. But policy and programs relate to this social protection still remain highly fragmented with limited coverage of emerging climate and disaster risks. So many researchers are emphasizing the importance to explore the nexus of social protection, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation in fostering stronger linkages, breaking the silos, capitalizing the system, and bringing back the synergies in order to reduce the overlapping vulnerabilities. This progression of social protection approaches from the traditional framework to adjustment of climate risk components and integrate into comprehensive climate risk management practices is very much needed. I come now to share with you on my second point of my presentation, where I would like to highlight the connection between sustainable development and local action in the context of conservation and development, especially when we as developing nations are moving towards becoming developed country. We are fully aware that the issue of conservation with development is being challenged still on how can we find best ways, innovative ways, creative ways, so that we can take stronger measures to have sustainability, sustainable well-being, and having to respect human and all living beings' rights at the same time. Here, I would like to share with you an example from the UNESCO-based approach of bringing this aspiration of conservation with development, namely from the experiences of UNESCO Global Geopark. So you may ask, what is this UNESCO Global Geopark? UNESCO Global Geopark is an area with a single unified geographical area, where in that area has outstanding universal values with sites and landscape of international geological significance, together with importance, outstanding value of biological as well as cultural heritage. It is being managed with the holistic concept of protection, education, and sustainability. It promotes the bottom-up approach where it aspires to strike the balance between conservation with development through involving local communities and multiple stakeholders. Currently now, in 2022, we are standing with 177 UNESCO Global Geoparks in 46 countries globally. And this is in order behind it, you know, the concept of having a geopark is trying to make the reality on the ground of what really sustainability is all about, what really is sustainable development is all about. And the geopark concept recognizes this by translating it into local action, by recognizing the interdependence and the integrated relationship of the importance to conserve our natural heritage, be it the geology, the biology, as well as our cultural heritage. And the aim is actually to empower community stakeholders who are people that are knowledgeable about their natural heritage, and to enforce or strengthen their relationship between the nature that surrounds them into their everyday life. So it is about making their everyday life together connected with the conservation and the development activities. So the internalization on this importance of the need to protect both the natural and the social cultural heritage, and how can the local communities and stakeholders carry out their activities in a sustainable and in a heritage-friendly manner. And we know that in order to achieve this, we need the participation of the local community because they are the custodians of the area. And the community are a source of identity that has distinct tradition, that has values and norms, and communities would be able to facilitate the social interaction, and they will also be able to foster the process of identity formation. And through this geopark, it will also allow them to celebrate and to develop the cultural importance and the collective identity that they have. And this is to sort of share with you the slogan or the tagline of Geopark by UNESCO that is about celebrating the earth heritage and sustaining local communities. But Geopark also covers more wider issues of the everyday challenges, and for example, like climate change, for example, women empowerment, for example, local and indigenous knowledge, education, and the promotion of understanding towards geological hazards and geoconservation, just to name a few to you. So it is actually very important to understand the mechanism that allows the community to develop that shared understanding and that sense of identity. And we know that we have so many global geoparks, but these are at the international level. But what is more important now is at the national level. In Malaysia, we are seeing growing membership by the states who believe that how can we conserve our nature, but also how can we promote development in a sustainable manner. So as I speak today, in the state of Selangor, in Peninsular Malaysia, considered to be the most industrious state in Malaysia, they are having the National Geopark assessment for two districts of Gombak and Hulu Langat. And this is to show how the state of Selangor, the government, believe that the carrying capacity of development is taking a toll on its agenda for conservation, for well-being and others. And it is hope, inshallah, that Geopark will be able to be a platform, a tool to promote this sustainable development. Okay, and we see that in order to do this Geopark, how can we strike this very complex conservation with development? Yeah, we need an approach that is multi and interdisciplinary, as well as inclusive in order for us to link the nature and the culture and engaging the people as custodian. And this has moved the thinking of how can we appreciate our heritage as not as something that is just static, but heritage as something that is dynamic, something that is interrelated and complex. But we realize that there are also many limitations in trying to do this, because the dynamics of the linking between this heritage, especially between the nature and the culture, there needs to be more innovative ways, as there is no one-size-fits-all approach of how we can actually link the process. But there are also common themes. Yeah, there is also hope, where when we provide the capacity building for the local communities, for the stakeholders to recognize as well as to engage with the local leaders, key champions, in order for them to take a more active role in this effort towards truly realizing the aspiration of Geopark. Okay, and it is also important to shift the policy and the practices towards conservation and development approaches that are more effective, efficient, and equitable in both of the process and the outcomes. This is critical. So we definitely need to have a clear strategy in achieving this goal. And especially for Geopark, we do not have any specific policy for Geopark. Unlike World Heritage, under UNESCO also, they have their own act, the National Act of Heritage, the Heritage Act, National Heritage Act, sorry. But for Geopark, we don't have that. It rests with the existing policy and regulation. So for example, if the conservation area falls within the forest reserve, then it follows the policy and the rules that is within the jurisdiction of the forestry department. Yeah. So because of this also, the flexibility is indicating to you that Geopark is all about the bottom-up approach, where the voices of the people, as I mentioned to you in the beginning, the putting the last first, like giving voices to the people who do not have a platform to share their ideas. Yes. So, but also we understand the limitation of this approach, because the need to be more strategic and the need to find more participatory governance, so that we can use all of that existing guidelines, policy, and all management practices by all different authorities to speak to each other and to promote this nature conservation and cultural heritage as well, while we can also secure the resource rights of the local communities as well as the indigenous communities. So in Malaysia, we are seeing very exciting momentum of where we see this highlight of conservation with development is being, we see it being discussed a lot more than it has been before. Yeah, so we hope for more of these kind of approaches in order for us to appreciate the complexity, the interconnection between the values of both cultural and the natural attribute, as well as the people, the everyday reality of the people that lives within and around the conservation area. And we know that today, the growing understanding of the area where we would like to promote for conservation with development, they are not made up of isolated attributes that are separated, but they are actually intertwined, interconnected, and they are actually constituting a form of relationship between each other. So in conclusion of my presentation today, I would like to bring back the 2 points that I have shared with you earlier, which is the first on the importance of climate change and sustainable development that are fundamentally connected, and together with addressing sustainable development and local action by looking into geopark approaches to promote conservation with development. And we realize that, having said so much this morning, I feel that there needs to be more future research that can bring these 2 points together, so that this future research could be more interconnected into the themes that I have shared with you earlier. For example, on the social protection, on the disaster risk reduction, on the climate change, as well as the conservation with development. These are all themes that are still in their infancy. And themes like, beyond that could be, there are more interrelated themes like climate-induced migration, displacement, and how we respond to shock, and all of that needs to be addressed as well, so that we can also look at it in a more holistic manner, and especially not only to have a certain domination between the rural, but also to have an urban focus as well. So the rural and the urban focus, and the need to have these issues being addressed in a more comprehensive manner, more systematic manner, so that it is not going to be just another ad hoc program, but a systematic one. And in fact, better even if we could even have a forecast-based intervention to these pertinent issues that I have highlighted to you, and how we can actually have a more proactive program design in order for us to bring these 3 things, or even 4 things, climate change, sustainable development, conservation with development, together in an integrated manner, so that the community, the stakeholder, the institution are becoming more resilient and able to transform in a just manner. And another point that I would like to raise to you or share with you before I end my presentation today is that the opportunities that we have together, especially I see the lineup of the presenters are outstanding, and the researchers that are coming from not only from the developing countries, but also from the developed countries. We can actually extend our collaboration and our efforts to generate more, not only scientific, but these indigenous and the local knowledge practices on how can we address these emerging interconnected themes. And all of that is hoping to put forward policy recommendation in order for us to come up with sustainable development and innovative local actions in order for us to address this pursuit that we have towards achieving sustainability for the sake of our present and our future generation. So today, let me end my presentation by sharing with you a quote from Sufi Jalaluddin Rumi. Yesterday, I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today, I am wise, so I am changing myself. So thank you very much for your patience and for your kind attention to listen to me today. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Sharina. So I really enjoy your talk, very informative and very motivating. So although your tone and sounds very calm throughout the presentation, but I can really feel the fire within yourself on the topic itself, and this fire is actually very infectious. So I believe that all our audience over here are infected, so we feel really motivated to actually join the call yourself and join the actions over here. I really love how you end your presentation by calling everyone that you have a role to play, and particularly when you said that all the different researchers from different fields need to come together, be it from Malaysia or overseas, we are all one big family, so living on this earth, so we need to come together. So to have probably perhaps on this topic a transdisciplinary research as in probably biology, chemistry, all the sciences and the social science, humanity, include I guess economy are all very important to look into this topic in a more holistic way so that we can address all the different challenges as Dr. Sharina has brought up during the presentation itself. We do not have a lot of time, so I actually myself have quite a number of questions to ask, but I'm going to give this chance to the audience. We have one question over here in the Q&A chat box. So the question is from Ahmad Azlan. So he asks, what are the roles of private firms and companies in reaching the 17 SDG goals?
Okay. How can we reach out to the private sectors? Is that right? In achieving the, yes, I think the private sectors now with the public and private partnership is very important, especially in this light of day where these ESG, environmental sustainable governance, they are also having their own initiative, and the private sectors are also monitoring their sustainability activities through the sustainability reporting. But of course, sustainability reporting is not at all levels of the private companies. It depends at what scale the private companies are. But the little ones, I mean, the private companies at the entrepreneurial level, I think they also have their own role and their own initiative, especially when we say about empowering the local community. So I can share with you one example from Jopot even, where they want to find a solution for improving their water quality. So they are actually working with private companies that can actually help them to come up with an innovative way, simple technology of how to improve the water quality, especially for the Orang Asli village, for example. So everybody have their own role. It doesn't mean that you have to be a big company, then you can do any sustainability activities. It's all depending on the intention and the sincerity and how much empathy you have for one another. But most importantly, I also come to realization that some companies do not know the platform or do not know how to reach out. Or then at times they may appear to do just ad hoc programs, just like a one-off. But this kind of opportunity is for us to share more with each other. There's a lot of innovative and a lot of best practices out there. It's just that we are not sharing with each other. It's not that we are not doing it. I believe we are, but we are not having enough platform to have this conversation, and not just to talk, but like Dr. Chai said earlier, we got to walk the talk. And sometimes we got to hold hands a little bit, you know, in order for us to see the sustainability activities will come into realization. So that's hopefully can answer the question earlier.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sharina. Yeah, I do agree. Like, you know, probably when we talk about sustainability, it's not just about the SDG goal that we see, it's sustainability of all the efforts that we do, like, you know, the platforms that we put in and how to leverage on, like, you know, probably bigger platforms, like, you know, for further reach out and the impacts, like, you know, to enhance it. We do have another question from Associate Professor Dr. Zida. So she asked, like, you know, do you have any advice on how we can combine global imagery or a narrative, like, you know, with local ones, as which are very specific? So are there any techniques or approach that we can use to approach these in a more strategic manner, or is it primarily organic?
Oh, that is a very, very good question by Dr. Zida. I think Dr. Zida is one of my, what do you say, my model of how to, you know, put sustainability into action on the ground. I don't really have specific example of how can we approach this. Definitely, she's right. Dr. Zida is right when she mentioned that we need to have both. We need to do it in a strategic manner, but we also need to do it in an organic manner as well. You know, sometimes the element of surprise is the thing that is sustaining us or bringing us together. Especially, for example, when you want to do conservation of a certain area, it's easy to say, oh, let's do conservation with development. But let's put a picture here. You have an area where people want to develop. You have an area where the development has already been promised many, many years before this, right? But you know, if they continue to go ahead with that kind of activities, it is going to be something really, really bad going to happen. So that's why, like, the conservation with development that Geopark is trying to push, sometimes it may seem to be so idealistic, right? But actually, when you go to the ground, then when you talk to the people, they are actually very, how do you say, so enthusiastically welcoming this idea of, yes, we want development, but we also want conservation, right? So how can we strike that balance? And then when we talk to the local authorities, then the local authority will tell you how much challenges they have in their plate. So we know all this is happening all at once. You can't really select what you want to do and what you don't want to do, right? When you're trying to promote this idea of conservation with development. So the approach is definitely to have more empathic listening and empathic communication, and try to draw out what are the things that we can do, you know, in stages. And sometimes we want to do all at once, but it's very overwhelming. So I feel that's what has happened. And oftentimes, it's not that we don't have the way to go about it, you know, in addressing the challenge that we have. It's actually we don't communicate enough because everybody wants to put their agenda, you know. So that is also something very hard, but something that we learn. If we want this to happen, we got to put our differences aside, and somehow or other amicably we got to come together. So that is process. It's not going to happen overnight. So what Geopark is all about is about process. It does not give you an idea that, oh, it's going to be bed of roses, it's going to happen overnight. No, that's why it is being validated every 4 years. Once you have it, you're going to be validated again every 4 years, because we want to see the commitment of how we are actually going to preserve this culture, heritage, or biological heritage, or geological heritage, while we are also trying to develop at the same time. Because at the end of the day, people want to know, I want to live, I want to improve my socio-economic well-being. So if I do this, what's is it in for me? So that question, we always get that, right? So I think that's how I would like to answer Dr. Zidas, if that helps. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Shah.
Thank you
Ask
so
a
much,
question,
Dr. Sharina.
Dr.
Yes,
Chai?
yes, Prof. Yes,
Yeah.
Dr. Azian. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I need to ask this question critically because, it's, like you said, we are all burnt up, and I think we are all, trying very hard to do our bit. I just want to ask Dr. Sharina. She is an environmental sociologist. First question: how many of her species are there in Malaysia? To be not funny, but to try to be funny. Secondly, how far have you gone in terms of influencing policies regarding anything or everything that you've been talking about? And thirdly, I'm very interested in that governance. What did you say just now? The governance structure of participatory governance system or mechanism, or whatever that is, And
Yeah.
you said that we need empathic listening. There is a big element of dialogue. So I think, people might ask us, why is this Center for Civilizational Dialogue talking about this topic? This topic belongs elsewhere. But I beg to differ, because I think we can share this framework. People don't really listen to others much as we think we are listening, but I think we are not doing empathic listening, especially when we are experts in our own fields. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 questions, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharina.
Thank you, Prof. Dato. Masya Allah. I'm so humbled by all your questions. I really don't know. I have to ask Prof. Dato for all these answers, because you are also someone that I really look up to, and your work and the things that you have done had inspired so many people out there to continue working on despite all the obstacles that we have. Participatory governance, maybe I try to answer Dr. Chai. And empathic listening, I think, comes together. Participatory governance and empathic listening. I think I don't have, in terms of experiences, it's super tiny, this is true, but I think just with that super tiny experience, I feel that a lot of times when we want to talk to people from different backgrounds, especially when we're trying to give an influence to the policy makers, right? We got to really go to the level of who the people that we are trying to influence, or people that we're trying to share the work that we have done, and to have an impact to the decision that they make. And that involves a lot of participatory governance process and empathic listening. And why I like to say about this participatory governance and empathic listening in my presentation is that I feel this is the two elements that we are still very much struggling. And Prof. Dato has said that we often do not listen to each other. And if we do not listen, how can we have a participatory governance? Because everybody have their own structure, and everybody have their own, to a certain extent, they want to keep their status quo or power, right? And if you want to bring everybody to the table, you got to do it in a participatory manner. And in order to do that, you got to understand each and everyone's background. So the facilitator or the mediator or the moderator need to do so much homeworks in order to facilitate this participatory governance. But what I see from the examples of Geopark, because I really work a lot in this since 2003, so I know I have more to learn. It's like lifelong learning process. But being involved in different development of Geopark, especially in Malaysia and in the Asia Pacific, I feel that all of what entails in order for us to have a geopark in a particular area is to first address the governance structure. Because if we do not have, you know, a vibrant or accommodating culture and structure of the governance, is very difficult to do. So in Malaysia especially, we have from the federal to the state, to the local, right, to the village, to the individual. So we have so many steps to go through. And of course, the system is such that it's still very much top down. Although in my presentation, I mentioned, right, Dr. Chai, is actually bottom up, but actually in reality, it's so top down. So how do we balance this? Is by that empathic listening. So it is a struggle really. And a lot of people, they do not want to have extra load in their plate. And having this is actually having an extra load. So that's another thing that we need to transform the thinking of, actually this is not an extra load, but hopefully can help you in the future of your work to address the issue of striking the balance between conservation with development. So I really think that a lot of it requires a lot of communication and many platforms to do it. And the kind of leadership also matters. Like we need leaderships at all levels, you know, be it at the federal, be it at the states, be it at the local kampong, you know, everybody, the communities, the players, not only the villages, the local communities, but also the NGOs, civil societies, you know, they are all helping us actually to promote this through their leadership. So,
Dr. Chai, sorry, Dr. Chai, just to intervene, Academic Science Malaysia is trying to build a module for sustainability leadership. So something is happening, I guess. But the other question is, it seems insignificant, but we need to know, Dr. Chai, how many social environmentalists are there? Because sociology is a discipline by itself.
Yes.
When you want to talk about people and understand people, and local action, it may not be big to scientists per se, and we don't blame them. So I think we need a cohort of people who are trained as sociologists, because you want to be empirically correct as well. I mean, you know, you want to be on track as well. You don't want to be speaking from any point of view simply for the sake of talking. And there's a psychology in the process and all of that. Yeah. So seriously, you know, how many environmental, agak-agak lah, lebih kurang, you know, how many universities are doing this? Thanks, Dr. Chai.
Okay. Shaina?
Prof. Dato', honestly, I do not have the numbers. I really scared to even put a number out there. I know from UKM and from UM and USM, I know we all have the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities and the anthropologists and the sociologists. But what I do not know is how many of them are environmental sociologists.
So this is the problem, isn't it? So you just cannot have just a natural scientist trying to walk the talk. Where are the social people? And this is critical. And people talk about interdisciplinarity. It's nice on paper, but in reality, who's picking up
that's a huge
message?
gap.
Yeah. Okay, stop talking now. Thank you. Sorry. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Dr. Chai, I've got a very, very urgent question as well. I'm coming from the academic, the educational aspect, and I was so interested in listening to Dr. Sharina. But as she said, you know, and I hear a lot of keynote telling, policies and things like that. We've had so many books coming out on civics and citizenship, on sustainability, on, you know, how do you take care of the environment and things like that. So what I see is everybody is working in silo. And there is like, I didn't know that there's so many social environmentalists. And usually when we reach out to each other, there doesn't seem to be a connection. So I really hope I mean, if you all had listened to the Minister of Education yesterday, he was telling we are not having exams. We want people to reach out to their entire potential. And I think this is the best time to actually to reach out to schools, because whatever you mention, it cannot happen overnight. It has to be a process. You know, like when we put our rubbish separately, here comes the rubbish man and put everything in together. So what is the purpose of we segregating our rubbish when the person who is collecting is not educated? So I think sometimes it's time that we go more aggressive rather than keep talking about ideally, ideally this is what is supposed to be. It's not happening. And we've talked about recycling for more than 3 decades. I write textbooks from primary up to secondary. And I've got children who say, saya susun cikgu, tapi bapak saya takkan kata tak payahlah letak sama. So who are we trying to, are we trying to be nice to ourselves? Are we trying to put up policies so well, but we're not actually doing what we're supposed to do? So sometimes words are very beautiful, but where is the action, Dr. Sharina? And I think there is a lot of potential now in the education field. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. This is so true. You have really bring the message home. Yes, who are we kidding but ourselves? So we really got to face the reality. And like you say, we just got to be more aggressive in a way, right? Because
we don't have to please people. Like countries like Finland and Japan, it's coming from the grassroots. And that's why for me, the voices of the grassroots is more important than policies or whatsoever. Sana cantik, but in reality, nothing is happening. So I hope we all can work together for the betterment.
True. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you so very much, Dr. Sharina Abdul Halim, our keynote speaker. I have to take over the session because Associate Professor Dr. Chai Lei Ching has got to be somewhere else. She's actually having another meeting, and she sent her regards and her thank you to Dr. Sharina for your participation this morning, and her apologies for not being here to thank you in person. So I myself have also some questions, but I thought there's just not much time left. So we pray that you will be given help and the strong spirit to keep up the good work, especially with the Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark. Thank you very much, Dr. Sharina.
Thank you, Dr. Duria.
Okay, all right. Yes. So now we have to move on with another part of the session 4, and that would be the paper presentation. So we have actually 4 paper presentations today, and we hope due to the time constraint, so I think each participant would have to give around about 20 to 30 minutes each, plus question and answer if there's any. Or if not, we just have to push the lunch break slightly to the back. Yeah. So okay. So Miss Pravi is actually a lecturer in the Department of Civil and Planning, and she's actually the head of the field of domestic cooperation at the Vocational College of Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia. Did I pronounce it correctly? Yeah, okay. So she received her bachelor degree in architecture engineering, and her master's is also in the same field. Her research is in the area of building science, specifically the thermal transfer value on building envelope. Sounds very interesting. Her talk today will be on bifunctional shelter design, a design for during and post-disaster or outbreak. Okay, so I'm passing the floor to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me share my presentation first. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Previari Umi Pramesti. On behalf of my co-authors, Professor Edi Darmawan and Liza Susanti, Today, I'd like to present about my paper titled Bifunctional Shelter Design, a design for during and post-disaster or outbreaks. Okay. The background of this research is we talk about disaster. Disaster is an unpredicted outbreak, such as preparation, handling, and mitigation to reduce the impact on society. Well-handled refugees and quarantine inpatient in an emergency area significantly reduce the worst impact on the people and that area's condition itself. However, the handling and mitigation should not stop after the disaster or outbreaks, but sometimes it requires a sustainability program in the recovery system, particularly in the economic section. The study aims to generate a model of a shelter for refugees during post-disaster or outbreak as a quarantine shelter. The model challenge is to produce an affordable shelter with rapid assembly, movable, good durability material, and livable, of course. Furthermore, the shelter design is reusable for economic activities, such as to be fan pod to respond to the sustainability program, particularly in the economy. The study is expectedly to contribute to a design outcome that is applicable and replicable for better well-being during and after post-disaster or pandemic. And for information, this design is part of registered as copyright on the Ministry of Law and Human Rights Indonesia, patent number EC 002022309696. Based on the foregoing, the issues raised at this time are in the form of providing construction for emergency shelter, in the form of shelter design that are able to meet demand needs during disaster, and provide dual function to building design that can be utilized post-disaster, especially as building capable of increasing economic income for disaster-affected communities. Almost any physical object that can be used for shelter from harm can be called a shelter. Most importantly, a shelter is a process and is often referred to as the process of providing sheltering. This is as important as the object of the shelter itself. In the humanitarian context, the term shelter refers specifically to the physical space that can be inhabited by people who have become refugees due to disaster. The physical space used for humanitarian shelter, widely depending on factors such as the cultural, political context, the availability of structure and materials, and the profile of the disaster itself. A key feature of the transitional shelter approach is that the assistance provided has the potential to be scaled up or reused in a more permanent building. Relocation from a temporary location to a permanent location. Designed to facilitate the transition to a more durable shelter. Transitional shelters respond to the fact that post-disaster shelters are often carried out by the affected communities themselves. So in this study, the focus is on providing transitional shelter that can be used when a disaster occurs, are portable and can be moved to other disaster area easily, and or reused for other productive purpose. Summarizing from the shelter guidelines for humanity, it is stated that shelter assistance is appropriate in meeting the needs of affected communities and meeting shelter standards. This requires a need assessment and a participatory design approach by Kementerian Sosial Republik Indonesia 2019. In determining what is appropriate and not, there are several important points that must be considered, including materials. The material chosen is one that had adequate structural strength and durability for shelter purpose. Shelter material must at a minimum like fire resistant according to official national standard, non-toxic to humans, non-toxic to the environment in general, designed to minimize sharp corner, and building material must be strong enough to support the estimated load. Next, environmental friendly. Negative impact on the environment may have unintended consequences, put livelihoods at risk, and increase the risk of future hazards. For example, risks of landslides, due to logging. A large-scale shelter program with a massive scale and short time frame has the potential for a larger negative impact on the environment as well. Shelter assessment must be reusable, repackable, recyclable, or biodegradable. The third thing is durability. In the provision of shelter assistance, the durability of the material must be considered depending on the choice of material, material quality, design consideration, and of course, construction quality. In maintenance strategy, if the shelter is expected to be inhabited for an extended period of time, it is important to work with community members and technical experts to design a maintenance strategy. To be effective, such a strategy uses local material as expertise, is low cost, well documented, and distributed within the community. According to local needs, each culture has different assumptions about the appropriateness and sustainability of shelter. These include attitudes toward the daily use of shelter, role in construction, use and maintenance, hazard and risk, climate adaptation, privacy, the importance of certain architectural materials and form. The more often the community is involved in the process of design and selecting materials, the higher the likelihood that the shelter will fit their culture. Next, we talk about climate. An important consideration is ensuring that shelters are appropriate and comfortable is the effect of climate on material choice and design. Variation by season. Fluctuation in temperature and weather patterns can drastically change shelter needs and should be considered in determining the type of assistance and appropriate implementation modalities. The last one is disaster profile. Each disaster has a unique profile. The disaster profile will directly affect the shelter needs of the affected community. Okay. The concept of this bifunctional shelter design carries the following criteria: easy to find materials, knockdown, economical prices, and multiple functions. To support this criteria, the design process carried out is building form concept. The shape of the shelter chosen is a simple block shape. The shelter is divided into 3 parts to facilitate installation and optimization of the dual function of this building. Building appearance and size. The shelter building is designed with a simple appearance and a size that allows users to easily assemble it, but while still paying attention to the comfort of the user while in it. Building support facilities. Air circulation. Air circulation in the shelter is supported by the presence of doors and windows on the front and back of the building, allows air to move properly within the shelter. The solar panel facilities on the roof on the building allow users to still get electricity inside the shelter during a natural disaster. This function can also be used when the building is used for other productive activities such as exhibition stand, food tenants, and others. And the addition of skylight. The addition of skylight on the roof of the shelter allow users to get optimal skylight. By utilizing a strong acrylic and skylight cover that function as a protector when the shutter is folded. Nah, this is the installation system. This bifunctional building is designed to be easy to install and dismantle again. Also easy to mobilize to disaster areas in need. So the design of the shelter is made simple, but doesn't reduce the basic function of the building itself. This function has modular form. This building is designed to consist of 3 folds, making the shelter quite efficient both when it is folded or when it is formed. When folded, this modular is compact enough to store or transport. When in the form of a building, this building has a room capacity that can accommodate 2 until 4 people. This modular can be assembled with the instruction when we can see in the picture. When folded, the modular can be lifted by 2 until 3 people. It takes a minimum of 2 people to unfold the building module from the left and right sides. The shelter installation system will automatically open without the help of any tools. After the first fold is open, the 2 people can open the next 3 folds on the top. After the shelter starts to form, the 2 people can make sure the 3 folds of the shelter are connected to each other. Then the shelter wall is pushed from the inside outwards on the left and right side. Installation of the front and back of the shelter are done and shelter is ready to use. Okay, we talk about the materials. To support both building function and the knockdown concept, material selection is important. Now, we choose several material. Start from the bottom. We choose modular float system or AGPE floating cubes. Modular float system is a modular float that is interconnected in a cube-like shape. This buoy is made of high-density polyethylene with a hollow center. We use GRC board superplank 300 multiply 2440 millimeters as a material for shutter walls and floors. C75 mild steel rafter or BMT truss ring steel are used as the frame of the GRC. We use butterfly hinges in the desired part folded. Seal nylon ripstop 20D as window covering material, and acrylic 1.5 as to cover the solar panel propulsion device. Sub Imono 50 watt mix 1 solar panel, and power inverter. As I said before, bifunctional building have other function of the building. In addition to being used as a shelter during the evacuation of disaster victim, this building can be used post-disaster, especially for productive activities that improve the economy of the disaster-affected area. Because it is designed to consist of the part, this building is very easy to adjust to the need of the other function. For example, open on the right and left so that the middle remains, or open on the right and center so that the left side remains. And so many alternatives of the design if we use to for productive activities. So the conclusion, the emergence of a disaster itself cannot be predicted when it occurs, but can be predicted by the symptoms that appear as signs of an early warning system. One of the ways to deal with disaster is to prepare building or shelter that can accommodate disaster victims when a disaster strikes. A certainty about the arrival of disaster requires the existence of shelters that can be immediately established when needed. Disasters have various impacts, both material and immaterial. One of them is the economic impact. by functional building is designed to be one of the alternative buildings that can be used post-disaster to revive the economy. The design concept that is carried is a modular that is easy to disassemble, lightweight to move, and compact to store. I think that's all for my presentation today. For your attention, thank you very much. If there are any further questions, if you are not mine, please kindly email me and I would love to answer. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That was very interesting, and Miss Pravi, let me just ask whether there are any questions first from the floor. I have a couple, but I'll just let others ask first. Maybe while waiting, I was just wondering, so this is a model that has been, you have managed to come up with it, or it's still in the planning?
Okay, is it in the planning, and we have several investors to make it make it in make it a reality.
Yeah. Because if you're successful in doing this can be used in other disaster areas, war-torn areas, etc., not just around our region. That's really good.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Pravi, looks like there's no more question, and because we are running short of our time, so I would like to thank you for your participation, and we wish you well. Kita doakan that this will be a success, and it will certainly be a good amal jariah for the world. Yeah,
Inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah. All right. So I'm moving on to the next speaker. So thank you. Yeah. So the next speaker will be Dr. Susanna Arif binti Azizan. She will be speaking on social acceptance of green electricity, a case study in Putrajaya. Let me just introduce you to Dr. Susanna. She's a lecturer at the Department of Science and Technology Studies, Faculty of Science, University Malaya. After completing her studies, she joined UM. So her research interests include human capital in science and technology, environmental education, and knowledge management. And as an academician, of course, she has authored and co-authored journal articles. Let me just let's just go to Dr. Susanna so she can share with us her work.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Duria, for the introduction. Let me share my slide. Assalamualaikum, a very good morning to everyone. I am Susanna from University Malaya. Okay. The title of my presentation is Social Acceptance of Green Electricity, a case study in Putrajaya. Okay, I'm presenting this paper on behalf of my co-author, Mr. Naziro. I think Mr. Naziro also here with us as a participant or member of this conference. Okay, sustainable development has a positive impact on human development. Okay, civilization requires that society to be responsible, to respect and live in harmony with nature, instead of controlling it. Okay, both human and nature should develop in a coordinated manner. Okay, to build a civilization, human cannot live above or outside the nature, but should be included in the nature. This to promote ecological and biological balance. Sustainable development, which encourage the balance between environment, society, and economy, provide an approach to making a better decisions on the issues that affects all our life, and it strengthens the pursuit of a sustainable society and the advancement of our human civilization. This is the outline for my presentation today. Okay, energy consumption due to economic and human activity such as mass production of technological goods, the rapid growth of agriculture activities, high degree of urban development, and high rising fossil fuels need for energy and transport sector are among the factors that lead to the climate change problem. Okay. So one of the main energy sources to support economic activities are fossil fuels. The process of burning this fossil fuel in order to provide energy has led to the upward trends in the emissions of greenhouse gases and also increase the global temperature. Okay. The solution is to shift towards renewable energy as an alternative energy sources. Electricity generated from renewable sources is also known as green electricity. Okay, and green electricity uses its own facilities such as photovoltaic arrays, wind turbines, hydropower, and some other renewable energy sources. The shift toward renewable energy requires strategies. Okay, as suggested by Ustaz Hengen, and you see from this slide. There are three main factors that influence the use of renewable energy. The three factors are social, political, and technical. Okay. Among these three, the social factor, there is the user's attitude, awareness, and understanding of from the community are the most significant that affect the growth of renewable energy, the use of renewable energy. Okay, understanding society is important since the technology development is influenced by social aspect. Okay, and technologies might fail or succeed because of society interactions. Okay, this study is intended to explore Malaysian social acceptance of green electricity as an input for government policy, and also to expand the renewable incentive to the people. Okay. Sustainability has become a part of the development plan in every country. In this study, sustainability is discussed in the context of power sector and its relations to human behavior. Okay. Around 400 billion tons of coal have been released into the air due to the consumption of fossil fuels and the production of cement since 1751. In 2030, for example, 2013 alone, the power sector contribute around 25% of total carbon dioxide emissions. So green technology play a critical role to stimulate sustainable development by identifying the new sources of growth that are environmentally friendly, developing new innovations that are environmentally friendly for the industry, and creating more jobs and new energy. The use of renewable energies will be prominent alternative that will help in the significant reductions of greenhouse gases emission. Okay. There are 4 principles that highlighted by United Nations to achieve sustainable in terms of the economy. The key principles are to integrate economic growth, social development, and environmental protection in the policy making and national planning process, to have affordability for food and energy, climate change and its threat to our natural environment, and to promote an affordable renewable energy system. In Malaysia, Malaysia has experienced fast growth in urban population. As socio-economic development continues to progress, it is expected that the energy demand will rise. Malaysia's power demand was recorded at 30,991 megawatt in 2018, okay, with fossil fuel use accounting for 80% of the total energy. Malaysia's electricity generation is reliant on 2 primary fossil fuel sources, natural gas and coal. This leaving renewable energy to catch up. Okay? Realizing this fact, Malaysia has taken several initiatives and introduced various programs to promote renewable energy in the country. Okay? This among the program, the initiative that Malaysia launched, 5 fuel diversification policy. Okay, the introduction of a small renewable energy program, the national renewable energy policy, the formulation of the policy, and action plan fit in tariff. Okay, and also include large scale solar program. Nonetheless, most of the initiatives that and programs designed by the governments are seen to be in industrialized and commercialization centric. with less focus given to the public or the community needs. Okay, the concept of social or public acceptance is used to evaluate the readiness of the public to embrace renewable investment within their area. Social acceptance theory in renewable energy was introduced by Mr. Hagen. You can see from on the right side of this slide. They introduced the triangle of social acceptance for renewable energy innovation framework. Okay, this framework describes 3 different dimensions of social acceptance in renewable energy study, which are the social political acceptance, community acceptance, and market acceptance. Okay? Market acceptance concerning the market acceptance of a technology or innovation. It also includes the willingness of financial institutions to put their investment in the technology. Okay? Social political acceptance refer to the larger issue of acceptance, such as the state policy or the institutional framework that would allow or promote the deployment of any specific technology, and broader public opinion that contribute to the improvement of the technology. Okay, and the third element is community acceptance, the acceptance of specific setting resolution that an energy project, particularly by resident and the local authority. Okay, the social acceptance topic, particularly in the topic of in the field of renewable energy, is still very limited. Okay, a few studies have been done on the topic. For instance, Zakaria et al. In 2019 showed that the cost was the major barrier to the adoption of renewable energy in Malaysia. Another study done by Cardoni in 2018. The study is on the in Peninsular Malaysia. They found that cost, knowledge, and trust influence Malaysian to use renewable energy. So we can conclude that from this study, we can conclude that the most of the study found that cost or expenses are the barrier factor to the adoption of renewable energy among Malaysia or in the society. Okay, for this study, we, in order to identify the factor that influence the social acceptance of green electricity among consumers in Putrajaya, we adopt PARC's 2009 research model. PARC introduced research model that been developed in South Korea. Okay. PARC 2019 used the theory of planned behavior to show the relationship between attractiveness and reliability, benefits, value, intention, as well as between cost, risk, value, and intention to adopt green electricity. This based on the research model, the following hypotheses were proposed. Okay, the 9 hypotheses here. Okay, for research method for this study, we use a quantitative method. The questionnaire was designed with a 5-point Likert scale ranging from strongly disagree to strongly agree. This is to indicate the level of perceptions of respondents on each question asked for every variable. Every variable has measured with 3 sets of questions, and the total number of questions for all variables in this study is 27 questions. Okay, so why did we choose Putrajaya? Okay. The development of Putrajaya is based on 2 key concepts that are garden city and intelligent city, which both embrace sustainable development practices. Okay. Additionally, in 2010, Putrajaya Corporation introduced an initiative called Putrajaya Green 2025 with 3 themes. First, low carbon Putrajaya, a 60% reduction in greenhouse gas emission due to energy consumption. Second, cooler Putrajaya, reduction of 2 degrees Celsius of the peak temperature. And third, 3R Putrajaya, reduction of 50% of final disposal of waste of solid waste to landfill and greenhouse gas emission. Under this initiative, Putrajaya Corporation has increased the use of solar photovoltaic by using the concept of building integrated photovoltaic (BIPV) system and installing them in residential and government building with a capacity of between 12 kilowatts per hour and 48 kilowatts per hour. Okay, the year of 2020 marked 10 years since this initiative was introduced. So it is the right time to see how well this green agenda have been accepted and adopted by the community in the Putrajaya area. Okay. The questionnaire for this study was shared via the Google form platform. The link for the questionnaire was distributed to the community in Putrajaya through various social media platforms such as Facebook, WhatsApp, and also Telegram. The survey was distributed actively for 3 weeks and has been stopped due to the number of responses received becoming stagnant for more than 5 days. Okay, this is the data analysis. Okay, the descriptive statistic method is used to determine the factor that most influence consumer acceptance of green electricity, while the percent correlations method is used to describe the relationship among this variable either to be positive or negative and significant or not significant. Okay. Result from this descriptive analysis shows that attractiveness, compatibility, and reliability of green electricity are the most important factors that affected the intention of Putrajaya community to use green electricity. And also, it found that respondents have limited environmental knowledge pertaining to green electricity. This finding suggested that attitude of the respondents toward green electricity has changed and becoming more dynamic and open. It shows that the respondents have been ready to shift toward green electricity. Here, Pearson correlation analysis is used to examine the correlation of relationship between the variable whether to be positive or negative, significant or not significant. Okay, the result from Pearson correlation indicate that only environmental knowledge shows a negative relation, that show negative relationships. This finding suggests that respondents in this study did not rely on their knowledge during the decision-making process to decide on whether on the use of electricity. Okay, as conclusion, to conclude, the result of this research has new insight concerning the social acceptance of domestic consumer toward the use of green electricity, where environmental knowledge and cost are not the main factors to be considered by the respondent. Attractiveness, compatibility, and reliability in the important factor considered by the community in Putrajaya. Respondents felt that green electricity is much more attractive compared to fossil fuel electricity. They also believe that using green electricity will not jeopardize any compatibility issues. At the same time, they believe that green electricity is reliable and able to meet their current their electricity demand. Okay, above all, it can be seen that respondents are more concerned about the benefit that they will gain by using green electricity. This study of not the limitation faced in the limitation faced in the study is that respondents for this study are those who are living in Putrajaya only, and the sample size is very small, but it do contribute in showing the relationship between the factor and element that able to determine the main criteria that considered by the respondent. The study also infer that the policymaker or regulator or the utilities companies should be more creative in promoting green electricity so that it will convince the public to use the type of electricity. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Susanna. Question, please, for Dr. Susanna's work that she has shared with us. Nanti asyik moderator saja tanya soalan.
Mr. Nazira, my co-author is also here. You can ask because he's the leader for the project.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. I have got to start the questioning first, I guess. I was just wondering, you have 185 respondents. Actually, in terms of the one that are showing better, more positive response, are they females or males? Just wondering about how, you know, the social acceptance, whether there's any gender bias to it.
Meaning here that from the study, most of the response it's not majority response from female responded, and what is surprising us, because we found from the research that most of the respondent, about 60 or 70% of the respondent those are B40 group.
Oh, okay.
Or from the because according to Department of Statistics Malaysia, you look at the salary, because most of the respondents are having household income is less than 8,650 ringgit. So about 63% of the respondents from this B40 group. But it's quite surprising because they don't say cost as the factor they want to use green electricity.
I see. So this one, that means in terms of your respondent, you select them, or it's like an open thing, and then I miss it, that one just now. So but these are the one who responded to your work, to your surveys and all.
It's open because we provide the questionnaire through WhatsApp, Telegram for the community, because Nazirul stay in Putrajaya, so he's in the community.
I see. It's I think of course the different, I think even council, city council and all. I'm staying in PJ. We have had them trying to do different how shall I say it, modules and all, and they have even give away lots of things, you know, a lot of rewards per se, but I don't think it's picking up also. I don't think it's happening that way, but PJ is really trying very hard on that, and they go section by section of the whole PJ to get people to respond to the different types of green electricity and all, but I'm not sure how. I don't think it's picking up.
Dr. Duria, can I answer one of the questions?
Yes. Yeah, answer.
Right. How we distribute the questionnaire, because we distribute the questionnaire through we develop through the Google platform, Google Form platform, and because Mr. Nazirul is part of the community in Putrajaya, so he distribute through the Facebook, Putrajaya Facebook, WhatsApp, and also the Telegram.
So Facebook, that is open to all.
Yes, because we did this survey during the Malaysia third wave of the outbreak of pandemic COVID-19. So the movement control, so we cannot go out and see in person. So they just go conduct online survey.
So based on your results, what would you suggest that the council, I don't know, what do they call themselves, Putrajaya Council or whatever, do? What can they do to get more people accepting the green electricity program that they want to do?
So I think the best is to improve the knowledge, because they don't have the knowledge on the deep knowledge on the how it contribute to the knowledge, the green electricity affect the environment. How it can be good to the environment, how green electricity give positive value to the environment.
So there should be maybe more awareness programs and more just to get people to understand it, to understand what's happening, and the rewards from doing it, not just monetary form, but to the environment and to our living. Okay, any other question? So if not, okay, so I would like to thank you, Dr. Susanna, and your team, and I hope you will be able to do a similar study, more in depth, looking at maybe different, in terms of the economic status, in terms of education, in terms and places also of whether a place in Putrajaya versus a place in somewhere else, you know, in other parts of the country, urban suburb and all that. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next presenter, we are going to have a presenter from Pakistan. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Zohaib Hassan Sain. Yeah? And he'll be talking on challenges in quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan. Yeah? And Zohaib is actually, I think it's early morning over there in Pakistan. So thank you for joining us. He's actually a graduate student in quality management from Superior University in Pakistan. And this is part of his upgrading his skills and all, joining seminars, attending trainings and workshops so that he could enhance his knowledge and skills, etc., that will be useful for his future career. Okay, Mr. Zohaib, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Are my slides visible?
Yes. All right. Yeah, we can also see your slide. So that you must make it the slide show. Yeah, all right.
Thank you so much for providing me an opportunity to present my paper to throw light on the challenges in quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan, along with the recommendations. Introduction. What does quality mean in the context of education? Many definitions of quality in education exist, testifying to the complexity and multifaceted nature of the concept. Considerable consensus exists around the basic dimensions of quality education today. Quality education includes learners who are healthy, well-nourished, and ready to participate and learn, and supported in learning by their families and communities. Environment that is healthy, safe, protective, and gender sensitive, and provide adequate resources and facilities. In Pakistan, the education system is categorized into 5 levels. These are primary level from class 1 to 5, middle level class 6 to 8, secondary level class 9 to 10, and intermediate level class 11 to onwards. After focusing on levels of education system, if you talk about schools, colleges, and universities, they are also categorized into 3 types. These are government institutions, private institutions, and madrasas. Quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan is really having a bad configuration at the moment. There is no doubt in accepting the fact that education stands the backbone for the development of nations. Pakistan is still struggling with the lowest literacy rate, 60% in the world, even after 75 years of its existence. This study attempts to analyze the various challenges in quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan. Challenges in quality of education in educational sectors is the basic research problem. In Pakistan, the quality of education has a declining trend. Previous researches provided only short-term solutions of the problems and information related to public sector higher education institutions. In this research, most important challenges are discussed along with their recommendations. This research will be helpful to students, researchers, managers, policymakers, trainers, target population, and general public. Statement of the problem. This research is aimed at identifying the factors affecting quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan. And the research questions are, what are the challenges in quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan? What solutions can be proposed in order to improve the quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan? The main objective of this study is to identify the challenges in quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan, and the sub-objectives are to identify the relationship between curriculum and quality of education, relationship between less training institutions and quality of education, relationship between corruption in education and quality of education, relationship between teachers' behavior and quality of education, relationship between less research work and quality of education. As you can see, the theoretical framework in front of you. These are the research hypotheses evolved from the theoretical structure. Methodology. An exploratory approach has been adopted for this research. The reason for using this approach is to identify the challenges in quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan. A sample of 5 universities was selected on the basis of commonality, such that all institutions were from the public sector and chartered by the same provincial government. Similar environment dependency on same superior ministry, locality, and nature justifies selection of this sample. A sample of 100 questionnaires for each university were filled by the students and teachers of the focus 5 universities. The researcher used triangulation in order to carry the reliability and validity of the data for results. So to conduct this triangulation, the researcher used polling survey for the teachers, students, questionnaire for the teachers, and interviews of the management. As you can see, the categorization of students, teachers, and management of the focus 5 universities in front of you. This is the data analysis, the summary of students' feedback of the focus 5 universities. This is the summary of teachers' feedback of the focus 5 universities, and the interview was in the form of transcription. Results. In this study, the researcher has applied Pearson correlation to check the hypothesis. The value of Pearson correlation varies between 1 and -1. As you can see, the Pearson correlation value of curriculum and quality of education is 0.576. Less training institutions and quality of education is 0.862. Corruption in education and quality of education is 0.405. Teachers' behavior and quality of education is 0.644. Less research work and quality of education is 0.687. This paper concludes that education develops people in all domains of life, such as social, moral, spiritual, political, and economic. With effective educational system, many countries are playing a leadership role in the Committee of Nations. The quality of education system in Pakistan has not been able to play its role effectively in nation building. This factor has contributed towards development of frustration among the Pakistani society. Finally, this study concludes that there is an urgent need to reform the system of quality of education in Pakistan. And for this purpose, the study presents the following recommendations. Curriculum should be evaluated on annual basis. In this regard, a vast survey could be conducted to seek options of teachers, parents, and community regarding their expectations and observations. In this slide, the expert recommendations of the education researchers, the curriculum goals should be redefined. In the view of importance of education, the government should take solid steps towards implementation instead of projecting policies, like forming an evaluation team that would take control of quality of education. In this regard, Government should establish more training institutions for better and continuous feature of quality of education in Pakistan. The system of accountability must be strengthened, and all the professionals associated with the system of education should be educated to own their responsibilities on individual and collective basis. This helps in creating a sense of ownership of the system and its functions. Government should conduct workshops and training programs, making teachers aware about their behavior towards students. The culture of research should be promoted within educational institutions. For this purpose, the pace of research-oriented programs in teaching and learning should be accelerated in educational institutions around the country, especially at high levels. Government should increase the volume of funding to Higher Education Commission for this purpose. These are the references. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Zohaib. Your suggestions and that could be used by any government anywhere around the world, I think, in terms of trying to get good quality education. Any questions from the floor? I'm just intrigued. I'm very curious with one of the factors that you were checking, that is about corruption in education.
Yes.
Can you please elaborate more what that means?
It means that when the fund is allocated in the budget by the government, and when it is released after the approval of budget to the universities, it is not being properly utilized in the universities.
Oh.
And it is either given to some person working in the university, and he uses some of the, you can say, the budget in the project, and it hides the rest of the amount.
Wow.
So this happens in most of the universities in Pakistan.
Really? That's something new that that we are hearing about this. So that means funding has been released to the institution, but then it's not being used properly.
Yes.
But there is some leakage somewhere, and it becomes
Yes.
corruption.
It is not being properly monitored and evaluated. If it is properly monitored and evaluated, then this issue can be resolved, but the government is not paying attention to this.
So this work of yours, this is part of your study? This is your research, personal research, or what is this?
I studied the research subject from my teacher. And after that, I was having a keen interest to, you can say, to do research on the problems in Pakistan. And the most major problem I also faced during my education career was the challenges that we are not given the proper quality education in the universities. And what was the reasons behind these issues? These are some of the issues. There are also many other issues.
Of course. And you have chosen 5 universities.
Yes, exactly.
How many? Pakistan have, I think, many universities.
Yes, exactly.
This is 5 out of how many universities?
These are the 5 universities, government. These are the public universities.
Public universities.
Yes.
5 from how many? In Pakistan, can you?
In my city, Lahore.
Yeah, or in your city, Lahore.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
there are also many other universities, but I have chosen only 5.
Yeah, so it could be a reflection, which is good, of the bigger issue, if it can be tackled and addressed. But it could be something that is just happening in Lahore, or the 5 in Lahore.
Not in Lahore. It is happening all over the Pakistan, but I am living in Lahore, so that is why I have chosen this sector area.
Yeah. Okay, any other question? While you're thinking about your question to Mr. Zohaib, what time is it there now in Mr.
It's 9:07.
9:07 only now. So earlier on when we started off, that must be early in the morning for you. I have had some, University of Malaya has some MOU with University of Karachi, the International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences, ICCBS. And I've been there. I was actually very impressed with the facilities and the way they do the work there. There's a lot of things, good research that is happening, at least I'm talking from the science perspective, at the International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences. I don't know how far Karachi is from Lahore, but that was my personal, just one, yeah. So I can't say for every other universities, but that particular one was a very good institution.
Yes, exactly. As you can say, an event was happened a few months before. A suicide attack was outside the Karachi University also.
Really?
Yes, exactly. So I wish, inshallah, this MOU gets successful in other disciplines also, inshallah.
Okay. Any other question? If not, we have to bid farewell to you, Mr. Zohaib. Thank you for participating. You know how technology is, thousands and thousands of miles away, and you are here with us. Thank you very much, and
Thank you so much.
wish you a good, more success in your study, and maybe to go to the other towns and cities also to find out how the quality of education over there. So thank you, Mr. Zohaib.
Thank you.
Now we are going to go back to our first, scheduled to be our first speaker. I think Farah Idayu, yes. Farah Idayu Ruslan, I think she has able to take care of the problem just now. I think I already introduced you about how you are actually, right now you're doing postgraduate study in Master of Built Environment in University of Malaya, and you will be sharing with us your research on the travel behavior of working parents in the University of Malaya, and you're focusing on the chauffeuring of children. I think that's very interesting, but very realistically happening. All right, dipersilakan.
Let me try if I can share.
I hope you can.
Screen. Yep.
All right.
Okay. Can you see my screen right now?
Yeah, we can see your ni. Cuma besarkan jadi slide PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. Hi. My name is Farah, and I apologize for the technical issue just now. So I'm here to present my research paper, which is travel behavior of working parents among staff of University Malaya, focusing on chauffeuring children. So travel behavior here is referred to how do they travel, what kind of mode transportation they use, what is the distance, and what is the time taken to travel. And the chauffeuring here referring to an activity where you send and pick up your children. So according to Department of Statistics of Malaysia 2020, the female labor force participation rate in 2017 is 54.7%, and it is increasing to 55.1% in 2020. As we can see, there is a rising in trend of female labor force participation rate. We can expect more participation in the future, even though with a small increase in percentage. Hence, there will be more dual-income family in the future. Malaysian Population and Family Survey in 2014 discovered that 84.2% working women survey want childcare services at the workplace because of their accessibility and reliability. If childcare services are accessible in the workplace, it will be more convenient and encourage more women to participate in the labor force. The accessibility to childcare services is an important key point here. as traveling children to childcare services is a challenge to working parents, as they need to coordinate with each other when both of them are working. The travel behavior of family with children and family without children is different. Presence of children in family do affect the travel behavior of parents. There will be change in the mode of transportation, the number of trips. It will take a longer distance to travel and a longer time to travel due to increase in household travel. And one of household travel is traveling children. The aim of this research is to investigate the travel behavior of working parents, focusing on traveling children aged 12 years old and below to childcare services. There are three objectives. The first one is to analyze the travel behavior of working parents, focusing on children aged 12 years old and below to do childcare services. The second one is to study the relationship of travel behaviors with the parent preference factors. And the third one is to suggest for improvement in form of policy or provision of service childcare in parental sheltering. So this study is adopted from the parent agent decision model by Jing and others in 2018. And this model is originally based on escort mode choice and also theory of planned behavior. So basically in this model, they're considering factors of socio-demographic, world environment, and also parental consents. This factor influencing the travel behavior of parents, so they will motivate or decide on how to travel with their children. This is the factor influencing and suffering children. It is divided into three characteristics. The first one is socio-demographic, which is related significantly with the travel behavior. Past research shows that higher income families tend to travel children more than lower income families by using private vehicle. The second one is a children demographic characteristic. The older the children, the less likely they will be suffered by their parents. And the third one is a psychological factor. When the parent is asked why do they suffer their children personally, they stick to answer which are convenient and safety. And research in 2020 shows that there is a relationship between household income and a level of worry. So the result shows that the higher of household income has higher parental worry. And when we are talking about who will suffer the children, based on prior research, majority of women are responsible for suffering children regardless of type of household, even in a dual income family. The father only will suffer the children when the mother is unable to coordinate between her working hours and the child service working hours. So my research is conduct based on quantitative research. I conduct an online questionnaire survey. I also asked the respondent to rank the preference of transportation mode and also childcare services for the children. And the sample is from the working population of staff who are working in by using a stratified random sampling method. And the staff in is divided into 4 categories: academic, non-academic, highest management, and support. By using the proportionate stratified random sampling method, a total of 304 respondents participate in the survey. So this is a table of results, and in the next slide, I simplify the results. So for the travel behavior of parents, 67.9% of respondents travel to work together with their spouses, and majority of the respondents and their spouses has driver license. And majority of the respondents, 44.9% travel between 30 minutes to 1 hour to their workplaces from home. And 45.6% of the respondents travel more than 20 kilometers to their workplaces from home. And as you can see, majority of the respondents travel with car to their workplace, followed by 28.1% with a motorcycle. So for profile of children and their travel behavior, 42.1 children aged between 3 to 5 years old, which is in a preschooler age group, and 32.8% of children go to registered private childcare services, followed by 30.3% to a few informal childcare services. So informal childcare services is when you send your children to your neighbor or to someone you know. And only 11.8% of the respondents send their children to workplace in the childcare services. And 46.1% of the children travel to childcare with a car, followed by 20.1% with a bus. And 47% of children travel to childcare in less than 10 minutes. 46.6% of children travel to childcare services less than 5 kilometers from home. So as you can see, we can see the difference here in the distance and the time taken to travel. The parent would travel a longer distance and would take a longer time to travel from home to workplace. But when they travel with their children for child-free, they will travel a shorter distance with a shorter time from home to childcare services. And for the child-free responsibility, we can see that majority of mother we shelter the children, we pick up the children, we send the children, but there is small percentage between father and both spouses. This is something interesting results as for the past research is always shows how there's a high percentage of women will be a majority to shelter the children, but we can see here that working parents will equally share their sheltering responsibilities. So this is the binary logistic regression between the two childcare service by car and either variable. And as you can see from the table, respondent aged between 36 to 55 years old are more likely prefer to use car with a positive correlation. Next, the non-academic staff are more likely prefer to use car compared to other categories, and those with more flexibility in working hours are more likely to use car. For your information, UM implemented flexible working hours, which you have the flexibility to clock in between 7:30 to 9 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. However, it can be assumed that academic staff will have more flexibility than non-academic staff as they are white-collar worker. Therefore, that is why non-academic staff prefer to use car than the academic staff. And for the household income, lower and middle income household are more likely to use car, and this is a show of different result from the past research as the results show that higher income households tend to use car for sheltering. And for sheltering responsibility, parents who personally shelter their children, they are more likely prefer to travel with their children by using car. So when asked the parent to rank what is how they decide the priority to select childcare services and also mode on transportation. The most priority factor when choosing childcare services is the quality of childcare services and followed by the distance. And as for the distance, this reflects on the previous result on how parents travel with their children in a short distance to childcare services. So when choosing the mode of transportation, safety and security is the most priority. And this is explained why majority of working parents personally shelter their children by using car. So as a conclusion, this research aim to investigate the travel behavior of working parents focusing on serving children aged 12 years old and below to childcare services. And as a conclusions, the majority of parents, working parents, travel with children to childcare services with short distance and short time travel by using car. So in Malaysia, we do have a guideline for childcare services. 200 unit houses require 1 taska and 1 tadika. And I believe this is not enough to accommodate all the children, as based on Khazanah research in 2018. They stated that there is an insufficiency of childcare in Malaysia as given the current of number of registered childcare center compared to the number of children. Therefore, it will be recommended for each workplace to have childcare services so that these working parents have options to choose their childcare services for their children. So in context of for UM staff, UM do have several childcare services here in the campus. They provide transit, taska, and tadika. However, of course, it is not enough to accommodate all the staff who has children. As you can see from the graph, in 2020, they only accommodate 279 children and then fulfill all the quota. And here in UM, we have like a total of 4,000 staff who are already married. So yes, I understand how working parents travel with their children, especially to childcare services, should remain a priority to suggest appropriate support for the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Farah Hidayu. That's very interesting, a very realistic problem that we are also facing, that I think a lot of us, especially mothers, would have gone through when they are raising their children up, you know. I remember those days when my children were small, so we have to do this traveling too. Chauffeuring, that's a very nice word that you're using, the word chauffeuring children. All right, any question, please, that can be addressed to Farah Hidayu? Farah, just trying to be naughty here. I saw that in your list of your table of UM staff, right? You have 5 as the highest management. I was just wondering whether you managed to get any input from them as a respondent.
Unfortunately, no. I only get from the other categories.
Yeah. Okay, no, I don't think either. Right. So most of the one who are answering, responding to your surveys and all, these are from which level, which group answers?
Which group?
Yeah.
I think from support and academic staff, majority of them.
Yeah, support and
Academic
staff. Yeah. Question, because obviously, as you have mentioned, that for the academic, maybe they can still make special arrangement and all, and their time is not as, the time constraint that they have is not as strict as what a support staff will have, right?
Yes.
So yeah, it would be good if there's a lot of childcare centers or whatever, not only within the universities, but somewhere around it, and that would help. And because these kids are our future also, and you know, the more parents spend time on these activities, then the efficiency of that person would also reduce, because time spent will be reduced, etc., you know. So yeah, your conclusion is correct, I think. Anything else you want to add yourself, Farah?
No, thank you.
Oh, there's a question here.
Thank you for having me.
There is a question here.
There's one.
Yeah, from Hassan Marami Alkanchi. He says, I don't know, what are major findings of your study and what are the implications of your study?
Okay. To be honest, I have not concluded my study yet. So, but my major finding for my study, my respondent is from University Malaya. So, University Malaya itself, the campus has a very very good accessibility. We have different gates to access. Also in our own campus, we have like 2 different public buses. We have MRT, we have PKL, and we also have a nearby LRT. But despite of these facilities, the finding is still that majority of the staff still using car to transfer their children. So I think that is the major finding because we have all of these facilities and we should use it, but because we don't have like enough quota childcare in the workplaces, we cannot use these facilities, but instead of using our car for our own convenience and because of time constraint.
So you're trying to reduce the carbon prints and
Yes.
all. Yeah, but unfortunately, as I'm sure you noticed in Malaysia, some of this public transport doesn't bring you to too close to your home.
Yes,
or whatever.
it's not reliable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I may think that it is right now. I think it's quite reliable. The LRT, the buses, they're there, but it's the access to it is not as good. I think because once you live in a taman perumahan, the housing area, the buses doesn't go in there. It's just outside, and you still have to walk and all that. So that's really unfortunate. But so this is just the beginning of your study. You still have a long way to go, is it?
Yes, I have still a lot of things to improve in my research.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, because I think but you're focusing just on University of Malaya, right?
Yes.
This is for your masters?
Yes, for my master's.
For masters, I think this focusing on University of Malaya will be good, but if you, of course, at a higher level, you'd have to start comparing about here and versus other universities that may be more laid back, or university that is more not so accessible. The location is not accessible. I mean, there are just different aspects that you can actually check. Okay. Thank you just now for that question. Any other questions? Because if there is no other question, let me just look at the time. Well, it's 12:30. It's okay. We are 15 minutes earlier than the scheduled lunch break, but I think it's okay. So if there is no other question, I would like to thank everybody again for this wonderful session 4 on sustainable development and local actions. We've heard different issues being raised from the more very close to where we are or what we are doing as something as maybe to other people, chauffeuring children is not an important thing, but it is in the whole big thing it is. And we've heard about the bifunctional shelter design, that if Pravi managed to do this, it can be used at a lot of places that can use it. And I'm just thinking of war-torn places, disaster areas, because one of our students last time won an award to visit these places, and she's also from from the architectural discipline. I think her name is Siti Nur Afaf Ismail, I think. So that'll be good, for something like this, and if Pravi can talk with her. There's also by Dr. Susanna Arif about green electricity, and if I'm not mistaken, just so happened, a few days ago I saw, and this is the social media, there's like advertisement of what's her name, Maya Karin, I think, one of the celebrity. She's doing this. She has taken up the challenge, and she is doing, you know, I think solar, I think if I'm not mistaken, for her home in Jalan Penchala, I think, or Kampung Penchala, somewhere there. And we also have heard about from Zohaib just now about challenges in quality of education. And all these issues, they're all very important for us to have sustainable development. Either we're talking about human factor or we're talking about environment, etc. And of course, the importance of actions by the local council, by different stakeholders to do something about it. And for us as participants or as community members of a certain place to be involved also. Okay, so we will stop here and we will continue on at 2 o'clock for session 5 and followed by session 6. I think during the lunch break and all, the secretariat of the conference will put up the recordings of books or publication that you can actually order or you can get or buy from UMCCD. We have books and we also have journals. Okay, so I think my throat is also telling me to stop now. So thank you very much, everybody. So we'll see you at 2 o'clock later on. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi and selamat petang. Welcome back again to the International Conference on Civilizational Dialogue, or ICONCIDI 2020. Hope everyone has had a good lunch break and rest. We had a full session this morning. Next, we will be having session 5 and session 6 for the rest of the day. For session 5, it will include a plenary keynote address by Prof. Emeritus Dr. Osman Baka, followed by 2 paper presentations. The moderator for session 5 will be Associate Professor Dr. Vishalachi Balakrishnan, who was here yesterday as a speaker for SEM 1. As I think it was mentioned yesterday, but it's okay to mention it again. Dr. Vishalachi is actually the director of Center for International and Comparative Education Research. She started out her studies for the first degree, at least for the Bachelor of Education in with majoring in English as a second language, actually. And much later, she went off to Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand, for doctoral studies in moral education, and later to Waikato University, New Zealand, to complete postgraduate studies in critical educational psychology and inclusive education. And I think that has been her main focus for the rest of her career. And now she is actively involved in moral education curriculum development, moral education teacher training in Malaysia, and also at the international level. I think she did all this in addition to creating awareness of human rights education. And with that, I would like to pass the floor to you, Dr. Visha.
Thank you very much, Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Duria. It's a pleasure to always come back and serve at this center. So for today, for session 5, we're having social justice and widening gaps between the rich and the poor. It is something that has always been close to me, especially when we talk about action research or human rights education. And it gives me great pleasure to actually introduce Prof. Emeritus Dr. Osman Baka, who is the father of Pusat Peradaban Dialogue. And I'm really honored to be able to moderate his session. So before we let you speak, Dato', let me say a bit about you. So Prof. Dato' Osman Bakar is a doctorate in Islamic philosophy from Temple University, Philadelphia, USA, and is currently holder of Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology and Civilizational Studies and Renewal at ISTAC IIUM. Prof. Osman Bakar, who was the founding father of UMCCD, is also the Emeritus Professor in Philosophy of Science at University of Malaya. He was formerly Distinguished Professor and Director of Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin Center for Islamic Studies at the University of Brunei Darussalam. And he was formerly also the Malaysian Chair of Islam in Southeast Asia at the Prince Talal Al Walid Center for Muslim Christian Understanding, Georgetown University, Washington, D.C. And was also the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Research at University Malaya. So Dr. Osman is actually the author and editor of 40 or more books and more than 300 articles on various aspects of Islamic thought and civilization, particularly Islamic science and philosophy, in which he is a leading authority. His most well-known books are Classification of Knowledge in Islam and Tawhid and Science. His latest books are titled Al-Farabi, Life, Works and Significance, and Colonialism in the Malay Archipelago, Civilizational Encounters. He has been named among the 500 most influential Muslims in the world since 2009. He was given Datoship twice, once at the state level by the Sultan of Pahang in 1994 and by the King in 2000. We are really honored, Dato', for having you here today. It's like you're coming back to your roots where you actually started the center, and the center is really honored to have you. So now the floor is yours, Dato'. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Associate Professor Dr. Vishalashe, have I pronounced it correctly? Balakrishnan. And thank you for the kind introduction. And of course, I'm happy to be back at Center for Civilizational Dialogue, of which I'm very, very familiar. And before I proceed further, let me greet the Professor Dato' Azizan Bahruddin, the Director of CCD. Thank you for the invitation and as well to her team. Yes, I have been told that I have about 45 minutes, including question and answer session, if any. I hope they will, but I can't say when I speak. First of all, let me congratulate. Make sure that the time here, I'm just fixing my time. Okay, now it's 6:02. Now, I would like to congratulate Professor Dato' Azizan Bahruddin and her team at the Center for Civilizational Dialogue, University of Malaya, for having organized what I consider to be a very important international conference on civilizational dialogue. This is, I know CCD has organized a lot of events, but it's something interesting, and I've looked at the program. It's very good. They have chosen the theme. The organizers have chosen the theme, the future of civilization, with the subheading reimagining sustainability. Now, let me say a few words first. Let me say a few words about the theme. the issue of the future of human civilization is itself not new. It has been discussed in the last 50 years or so, though in limited circles, I would say. Similarly, the issue of sustainability is not new, but with the public interest in the issue being more recent, especially after the United Nations took it up as part of its global agenda, among other things, of course, that is something that led to the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 SDGs that we are all know. Now, both the issues, there is the issue of future of civilization and issue of sustainability, are very comprehensive. They are multidimensional, and also they are multidisciplinary. They are interdisciplinary in nature. To emphasize, both are civilizational issues, broader than what we call economic issues, political issues, or educational issues, because this is a civilizational issue. So it is comprehensive. There is no way that we can address these issues in just a few lectures or seminars, even if we are to only concentrate on the fundamental aspects. What we need, I think, is an ongoing discourse on these issues. So it is pleasant to see CCD, Center for Dialogue, revisiting the issues. But I can see clearly that it is with fresh perspectives and insights, looking at the agenda of this conference. I would say that, in other words, yes, all issues, but this time expanding, broadening the scope. That is my kind of introductory remarks regarding this the conference as a whole. All right. Now, the topic given to me, I would say that certainly in support of what I said earlier, all right, the inclusion of a topic on social justice in a conference on future of civilization and sustainability, such as the one that we are now having, I think it is most welcome. It is most welcome. In other words, it is something, a new emphasis that I see that is being emphasized this time. And to have a civilizational dialogue on social justice and the issue of wide disparity between the rich and the poor, that is also very welcome. But now the question is, while I can say that I welcome the move to include social justice as a topic for a civilizational dialogue or intercultural dialogue, I do not consider myself as the best person to speak on this very, very important subject. Lacking knowledge in economics and social science, I know fully well that I will not be able to do full justice to the subject. All right, but if I brave myself to speak, to accept the invitation from Professor Azan and the center to speak on this topic, the reason why I accept that, I think I see the real possibility of me discussing this issue of social justice within the framework of civilizational dialogue on the issue of social justice. Yeah? within the framework of a civilizational dialogue on the future of civilization and the meaning of sustainability. When I saw the program, yes, the topic is on the social justice and the widening gaps between the rich and the poor. But I know that this is going to be discussed in a seminar. The context of the seminar is basically the future of civilization and reimagining sustainability, and therefore I can, in a sense, say something that does not require me to have all the detailed knowledge of economics and social science. In fact, what I propose to do here is to adopt a civilizational and philosophical approach to my topic. Emphasize philosophical approach. In this way, I can discuss ideas that are viewed as important to traditional philosophy and civilizational studies, but that are of limits to the conventional disciplines of economics and social sciences, and to a certain extent also shunned by modern Western philosophy. So I think you have to recognize that I'm presenting this topic within those limitations. Now, in other words, I'm opting for an alternative approach to discourse on social justice and sustainability. Let me discuss several important issues pertaining to social justice and its contrasts, namely social injustice, of which one consequence is the great disparity and in wealth between the rich and the poor. But I want to start with the effect first, and then with the cause. The effect is the rampant poverty and the glaring disparity between the rich and the poor is the effect of social injustices, or equivalently, the absence of social justice. I'm not presenting you here with facts and figures to support this assertion about this rampant poverty and the great gaps between the rich and the poor. We all know, I think, the United Nations itself, with all these different agencies, have the latest data on this, and with our advances in the technology information, in other words, that is no longer something that we don't know, something something new. We are aware, but what we question is why, having all the latest technology with the sophisticated technology and so on, a lot of programs that we do, still the gap is not narrowing but widening. That is the thing. And therefore the issue here is not simply scientific and technological. What I would say, there is the human dimension. This human dimension is not addressed by the scientific perspectives and the technological perspectives, which looks at problems from its own perspective. So it's very important, therefore, something to do with certain problems that we encounter in the human development, or the lack of human development as what it should be. Yeah. So I view this absence of social justice, or the lack of social justice, the lack of social justice, as the root cause of the poverty problem that we are talking about. I emphasize the root cause. Now, I will discuss the issues of social justice later, or the lack of that. But the problem I will to deal with this first. The problem I think that we have in our present time is that we rarely deal with root causes of problems, which is unfortunate for our world. This perhaps has to do with our modern mindset. I'm saying that in having so many kinds of problems, more often than not, we are not critical enough. We are not critical enough. I dare to claim that the modern mind is not critical enough in dealing with these problems. Although we like to praise ourselves, to praise the modern minds as being more critical than the pre-modern minds, for example. But the point is, we do not solve many problems, especially because we lack appreciation of root causes, because we want a quick fix. We want a quick fix. To go to root problems will require more efforts, more time, and so on, more knowledge, and we don't want to do that. We argue that we have no time for that. We want to progress fast in that narrow path of progress. So what we have, what we see is this kind of culture, or this kind of culture. Then we only address symptoms of diseases, but not the disease itself. We deal with symptoms of social diseases, but not their very root, their root causes. And this is relevant to the problem of this disparity in wealth between the rich and the poor. We don't go to solve the root problems. And I'm saying that this root problem has to do with social justice, has to do with the idea of social justice. Of course, I don't want to go into detail in that. I think when, in fact, it's a subject for further studies and research. I would advise students, young academics to do research on this. In other words, what are the reasons for this state of affairs in which we it's become it's not just in one field, basically in all fields, whether it is medicine, in medical field, in the economic field, in the educational field, in the social field, we don't deal problems, we don't address problems to solve these problems by going the roots. I'm not saying that the immediate things that we see are not addressed. No, we can address, but don't stop there. We don't stop there. We must go to the root problem. I'm very talking about this new culture of just going on the surface of things, not really addressing the problem, and showing also that our mind is not critical enough. I like to give this very interesting example given by the well-known, the famous Jeffrey Sachs. He gives the example of the global refugee problem. The global refugee problem, that he posed a question and then he answered it. So people are talking about the refugees. There's so much grumbling about it, especially in Europe, because and of course, interesting also during the current Ukraine conflict, we have also many, but this time, of course, the source of the refugees is something different. So before the white Europe complained that the refugees come from Africa, from Asia, Yeah. The question is, Jefferson asked, where did the refugees come from? Where did refugees come from? So the superficial answer, well, answer is everybody knows. Yeah, yes. These refugees come from Somalia, from Afghanistan, from Iraq, from Syria. So when I say where do they come from, this. But going deeper into the cause of that, yeah, yes, Dr. Jeffrey Sass, yes, but why? Yeah, why do they leave their countries? Why do they migrate? Why are they refugees? Because of war. Because of war in their respective countries. Then some other question: who caused the war? Who caused the war that resulted in this big refugee problem, the flood of refugees? Well, he's an American. Said, well, the answer: these wars are all caused by the United States. So the United States is the cause of all the refugees. Very interesting argument. Yeah, that, in other words, in trying to understand the causality of that phenomenon called refugee, you don't just stop. The answer, well, they come from these three countries. Yes, because there war. But why is there war? You didn't ask. Why you didn't ask? That's called kind of the going into the root cause of the problem. So if that is the root cause, we want to deal with it, that's we have to deal with the source of this war, the United States. But how should we deal with this? This question of knowledge. In other words, we should use our moral authority. In other words, not through wars, not through various forms of violence or what called terrorism or otherwise. But in other words, it is something that to be confronted on the international stage with everybody, with all groups. In other words, we know many Americans, we have American friends, and so on. Yes, I mean, this is the point is we address this problem as a root problem until that root problem is not solved. Even that is not considered as, in other words, it's not the deepest root. We can't go for deeper into this root, because when we go into a deeper root, there's a question of, yes, why do America create all these wars? We have to go deeper, and we will come to that basic issue of the question of the human, the human dimension, how we see the world order, what kind of world order we should have, what kind of what would you mean by having a power? Yeah, the question of that. So I'm leading to that. In other words, it's just that why I quoted this Jeffrey Sachs example. In other words, he quoted global refugee problem. If you really want to solve the global refugee problem, it's not enough for countries providing shelters. In other words, that can't continue unless we deal with the root problem. That is that. And of course, the reason, the motive for me giving that is because I want to come to this. In other words, the problem of the widening gap between the rich and the poor. Yeah. So I've already made a reference to the absence of the social justice. In other words, if you want to go to really solve the problem, then we have to address the issue of social justice, which is more fundamental, while not ignoring. I mean, while waiting for, since that takes a lot of time, how do we deal at the time being? What shall we do? All right. So I think this is very interesting, and just now I welcome very much. It is very, very important to have in intercultural dialogue, civilizational dialogue on this question of wealth disparity. an intercultural dialogue on poverty, because this is something universal. Poverty is a universal issue, it's a global issue. Yes, we can talk about the gap within the same countries. You still have the gap, the rich and the poor, that transcends ethnic and religious barriers and cultural barriers, that transcends that. Even at the level of regions, we have that disparity between one country and another. And on the global stage, we have that. We have that widening gap. So it is something that is very, very important. But the question, is precisely because the problem afflicts followers of different religions, of the different ethnic groups, especially religions and cultures. We should have an ongoing dialogue. I think in the case of Malaysia, after the 69 ethnic riots, the worst riots in Malaysia, there was a dialogue. There was a dialogue. The National Council of this National Council of the country, in which politicians, academics, businessmen, all different kinds of professions were represented, having a national dialogue. But here, I think it is, again, it is important that we have organized dialogue. Of course, not just to have dialogue. That dialogue must lead to something pragmatic results that I think that's the important thing. All right. So I have something quite a bit to say about the social justice. I just want to say a few things more about the question of this. How should we do at the immediate level? At the immediate level, what should we do to deal with this widening gap? Yes, the dialogue. We should have the dialogue. And then also, I think different religions, different cultures, they have different resources. They have different cultural resources, how to deal with problems like poverty and this widening gap between the rich and the poor. And I can certainly speak for Islam, for example. But generally speaking, I would like to see a kind of the dialogue in which we learn about the institutional role of religion in addressing the problem of poverty. In other words, let us share our resources, what we have in how we can combine. Yes, each community can do it at its own level, but that is not enough. But we need at the national level, at the regional level, we need much more, and we can only know what each culture can contribute to this problem if we sit down and discuss. But in the case of Islam, I said just now, it is unfortunate that, say, for example, the Sharia, the divine law of Islam, has not really played its role, not given the role. Yeah, we give wrong emphasis. We don't look at the overall spirit of the Sharia, which is basically to create welfare. All right, it's basically precisely to decrease that gap, to narrow that gap between the rich and the poor. It's a question of equitable, question the freedom, yes, the freedom to create wealth, the opportunity to create wealth, but also it is concerned with the need to distribute wealth, to ensure that wealth, according to the Quran, the wealth flows through all segments of society. the idea of justice, social justice. So this system, Islam has, in a sense, provided zakat, such institutions as zakat, and the religious tax, the wakaf, and the endowment. All these would be important instruments to help reduce poverty, but it has not been properly taken advantage of. Why? Precisely because we do not really go into the things that really matter in the Sharia. We are more interested in using Sharia for other purposes. Yeah, but which means now that we need the Muslims. I'm referring to Muslim. They need to understand. Yeah, what is the role of the Sharia in addressing the issue of poverty, in narrowing the gap now, and then can discuss with our fellow followers of rights communities. Let's now discuss what we can benefit from each other. Now, but again, speaking about the question of this, how to solve this long problem, in fact, about to understand also the reasons for the widening gap between the rich and the poor. I just want to mention this because I don't know, I've not come across, I come across a few, but something that is neglected. In other words, why is there a widening gap between the rich and the poor all over the world? I'm arguing that one of the most important reasons is the role of technology, the effect of technology. In other words, technology is progressing in the direction in which it benefits the wealthy rather than the poor. It is not, in other words, precisely because the technology has become the means of production, the means of creation of wealth. But those means of production are owned by the rich. So the rich, so it's become this kind of progressive thing. The one thing leads to a kind of to kind of that, you know, the choice for technology. The trend is the people have the means will finance research on technology, create new technology that, although some benefits may reach, may trickle to the ground, but in reality, it only benefits the wealthy. And in order to appreciate that, we have to look at the history of technology, modern technology, let's say in the last 1 century. I argue that, in other words, my claim will be supported by, if we look at the study, who controls technology and for what. So it is not really meant the technology for the whole society. Okay, having said that, now I want to go now to whatever time that I have. How much time left I have, Prof?
Prof, you can still go on and do a wrap up before we have some good question and answers. So some clarification.
Now, yeah, maybe basically I just want to say some, maybe just to emphasize, also to state a few points that I consider important. This now, yeah. In fact, I did write here some notes here. Yeah, I'm saying here, comparative civilizational studies enable us to make this important claim about the essential relationship between social justice and civilization building. The claim is this: social justice is a traditional pillar of human civilization. If we accept this claim as true, then we may infer many ideas concerning the nature of civilization and civilization building and its shaping factors. For example, how can we talk about civilization having a future if social justice is to disappear from the face of the earth? Social justice is one of the human forces that sustains civilization. In other words, the issue of sustainability is inseparable from justice. If we understand the word social in its comprehensive sense, as meaning the sum total of attributes of society, then social justice will be of several forms. We may mention, for example, gender justice, economic justice, political justice, and educational justice as major examples. Now, this is important to be noted, since society is a kind of a reality in which parts of it, in which every part of society is interconnected. So in order to have social justice, the other forms of justice must also be present, including gender justice. This is something that needs to be studied, really. Does gender justice or injustice have any role in the question of the gap between the rich and the poor? Because one of the ways to address the gap between rich and the poor is through education. But in many countries, including in Muslim countries, where only half the population is really educated, the other half are deprived, meaning the female sex is deprived of the real education. So that integration and therefore gender justice, I believe, has important effect on the realization of social justice as well. Now, social justice viewed as a single whole may be contrasted with cosmic justice. I want to mention this because in the case of Islamic, Christian, Jewish civilization based on the Abrahamic religions, and of course this with common ancestry from the Greek, from Greek thought and philosophy, this concept of social justice as contrasted with cosmic justice. And what the cosmic justice that we can see, of course, is what is this what we can see in the world of nature. But now we are destroying the world of nature. So in other words, justice, cosmic justice in the world of nature is being disturbed, is being corrupted. That's bound to affect also the question of the human ecology. It's going to affect human ecology, and in that process also the question of the rich and the poor. One more, when it is precisely now here we see the role technology played in the destruction of the environment, the demand for the natural resources, precisely can just the small few, the people who really, in fact, the rich, except of course there are exceptions. Now, so I think it's important to understand this concept of social justice as contrasted with cosmic justice. Now, my claim is that the weakening, why the social justice has weakened, has disappeared in many cases, and why the spread of social injustices, we see more and more social injustices being committed, not less, is growing. All right, why all this happening? I would say that there are three main reasons. First, the impoverishment of ideas on social justice. Impoverishment of ideas on social justice. more and more people are now, I mean, they have already relegated the ideas of social justice as irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Just look at in universities, institutions of higher learning, how much attention we are giving to the idea on social justice. Our mind is not being, it's not directed to these ideas on social justice. Now, there are still people, yes, of course, yeah, but it's not. It's getting less and less emphasis. The other reason is the misdoings of education. That's related to the question of the curriculum just now. But the point is, again, if you look at the syllabus, the curriculum of the schooling, whether these ideas of social justice are really being given importance, yeah, both at the level of theory and at the level of action. So how can produce people who have great sense of justice, social justice, who are committed to justice, if the way they have been taught, the way they have been brought up, is to marginalize this. And the third factor is the marginalization of religion in social development. And this at a more intellectual level, all right? I think the marginalization of religion has this negative effect, precisely because religion has a contribution, but that contribution somehow is marginalized. Now, so how do we empower the empowerment of social justice? I can mention a few here. To empower social justice again, for example, certainly the one is to reform our education. In other words, now to look at the kind of education that we have. We have to reform our education so that it serves the interest of social justice, and then the role of religion, because religion, in other words, religion is a strong, basically, empowerment factor for social justice. And then, of course, the question of the institution. In other words, we need to look at supporting institutions to bring about social justice. May I conclude here that I think the question of whether social justice, can help us. The pursuit of social justice can help us in addressing, or rather in answering the question where our civilization is going. I think it is the trends are not good. As I see it, the situation is worsening in terms of this commitment to justice, and I can say the future is bleak unless something is done especially in the field of education, to revive these values, these precious human values that will help us to address the problem. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thanks very much, Prof. Osman. Thank you very much. Yes, you seem to see a lot of bleakness. I seem to see a lot of hopes, because I'm an education for life, and I deal with ethics and character. Okay, let's leave that aside. There are two questions here, Prof. Dr. Alwani, would you want to ask your question?
Assalamualaikum, Prof. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah, Dr. Alwani.
My question is regarding the economic system that you predict or you can foresee in the future. What is actually the the best model of economic system in future civilization? Thank you.
You asking me about economics. I already told you that I'm not an expert on economics. But anyway, to your question, just simply, this is not just an economic idea. This is fundamental in all fields. That's the question of our human values, our humanness. In other words, whatever we do, if we don't include what is precious to us, namely our humanity, our human values, our humanness, then we are bound to face problems. Yeah. So therefore, if you ask about economics, my simple answer is that the ideal economic system that we should strive for is one that addresses all the legitimate needs of human beings. In other words, who are we as human beings? We are body, we are mind, we are intelligence, we are soul. As far as religious thing, we are spirit, we have the heart. Yeah. So all these have their own legitimate needs. Now, if we only address the needs of the body, but neglecting the needs of the other components of ourselves, of our real being, then we will face the consequences. We'll face the consequences. And therefore, we should plan our economic life, our economic system, to make sure that all our fundamental components, our needs, are addressed. Our physical needs, the needs for food, for shelter, and so on. But also we have emotional needs, we have psychological needs, we have intellectual needs, and therefore we must also provide the right kind of knowledge for that. All right, and of course, in other words, basically the economic system, we should ask ourselves: does that economic system address those needs or not? That is my simple answer. Answer to that question.
Thank you very much, Prof. There is one more question here, and I think I will end up with that. Prof, you seem to be alluding that certain country in the world plays the main role of causing the various injustices, but these countries are also experiencing bigger gap between the very rich and the very poor. Your comments on the situation, Prof?
Yes, I mean that's true. I think if you get what I was trying to say, one thing is that fundamentally, but what is very important is the question of this moral perspective. The moral perspective, how we look at our problem. In other words, the question of justice, basically. We must be committed to the goal of justice. The United Nations, is helping giving various forms of help to member countries and organize regional programs like through UNESCO in the case of education and culture and so on. But I think we need to ask ourselves. I mean, and that is related to the question of the previous question by Dr. Elwani, is again the question of the human development. Do the rich countries help the poor addressing this problem, or addressing only in some material needs? I'm not saying that it's not important. That is important, but it's important. But the question is, all right, in the long run, what is it that will help the poor, that narrow the gap? Is when we give opportunities to everyone to acquire the knowledge, through education, through universal education. That will help us to solve our problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof. Azizan, would you like to say something? I see that
No,
you.
we just want to say thank you so very much to Professor Dato' Osman Bakar. I think you know, he feels that he's not an economist, but I think what he said, his words of wisdom goes beyond, transcends these other, you know, particular fields that he mentioned. I think he went straight to the root issue, to borrow his word again, social justice. And we agree very much that this is the role of dialogue, is it not? This is where we are talking about dialogue of life. We are not dialoguing religions. I think yesterday there was some confusion a little bit, maybe that arose among some of us. We are not dialoguing religion. We are not comparing religions in that sense. We want people of all faiths to come together to face commonly faced issues, you know. And I think Dato' today reminded us of that, and I think that should be pushing our agenda further from Dato' in the future at the center. Thank you so much, and we look forward to having you with us again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations for your good programs.
Sama-sama, Dato'. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. And thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you,
Azizan.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Valesha.
Yeah, thank you very much for the great talk. Thank you. So now, even though we are a bit late, but I think it was a great talk by Dato', and it kinds of make us all thinking. So we are going on to the session 5, first presentation by Miss Suhaila Muhammad. And she's going to talk about exploring a special educational needs teachers' instructional practices for indigenous students with learning disabilities, a qualitative case study. A bit about Ms. Suhaila. She actually continued her studies in early childhood education before pursuing in masters in special education in UM, where we all are. And in UM, she was elected as the president of the University Malaya UNESCO Club for 2 consecutive terms, where her leadership skills with her team was highlighted throughout the implementation of various programs and activities in achieving UNESCO's SGD. So in addition to currently becoming the program associate in the training and consultation division of the Southeast Asia Ministers of Involved as an EXCO member, she's also a member in the National Association for Special Education and Pan Disability Football Malaysia. So she's actually at a very important level at international. And she is involved with children and adults in various categories, such as the Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, autism, as well as those with eyes and ears impairment. Ms. Suhaila has also published in journals and presented papers in both local and international conferences. So now the floor is yours, Ms. Suhaila.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day. My name is Suhaila Muhammad, and for this session, I shall be presenting a qualitative study entitled Exploring Special Educational Needs Teachers' Instructional Practices in Enhancing Equity in Social Participation for Indigenous Students with Learning Disabilities. With reference to UNESCO 2020, the Education 2030 Framework for Action provides the guidelines for the implementation of the ambitious goal and commitments of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And through Goal 4, inclusive and equitable quality education are seen as fundamental human rights that is the key factor in achieving lasting sustainable development and essential with the aim to eradicate global poverty. Indigenous students, like other students, deserve the rights to equal education across the globe. And Indigenous students consistently demonstrate lower education attainment levels compared to the non-Indigenous population. Indigenous students with learning disabilities, or ISLD, or identified and diagnosed children with neurological problems that are related to the way their brain receives, processes, analyzes, and stores information. Moreover, they also have impairments in one or more of the psychological processes involving comprehension, use of oral or written language that affect their ability to hear, think, speak, read, write, spell, or count. Hence, that said, ISLD should receive equal treatment in obtaining proper and quality education. The Ministry of Education Malaysia, or MOE, stated that special education is part of the education system that has its own educational philosophy that is in line with the national education philosophy. And based on the Handbook of Operation of Special Education Integration Program by the MOE, students with special educational needs, or SEN, will formally receive education starting from special education school until the end of secondary school. Nevertheless, despite the establishment of inclusive education policy and legislation in supporting equal participation for students with disabilities in Malaysia, some ISLD still experience exclusion and discrimination in the education settings, and as a result, this group of students constantly struggle to access equal quality education and social participation. Nito and Vogt 2007 described social justice education as a philosophy and approach and actions that embody treating all people with fairness, respect, dignity, and generosity. Nevertheless, within the special education system, students continue to experience segregation according to disability. Malaysia has in place national legislation and policy designed to support the rights of all children and their families to an education that is non-discriminatory and inclusive. These laws and policy are in place so that ISLD can be enrolled, be welcome, and be able to participate in school. Additionally, the policies are also to ensure that they have the access to the culturally valued knowledge, skills, and dispositions that will help them to grow up as confident and competent learners and communicators, healthy in mind, body, and spirit, secure in their sense of belonging, and in knowledge, and the value contribution to the society. Globally, legislation such as the Persons with Disabilities Act 1995 and initiatives such as the Education for All Movement 2001 and the Action Plan for Inclusive Education of Children and Youth with Disabilities 2005 have focused attention on the provision of educational opportunities for children with special educational needs. And these initiatives align with UNESCO's 2005 core principle of inclusion, which focuses on welcoming students' diversity by creating equal access to education and providing support to all children. In terms of formal education, it is the government's duty to provide a place for children with disabilities to get formal education and teaching. And in addition to formal education, there is also a need for non-formal education, such as teaching dance for children with disabilities. Dance offers a unique way of knowing, communicating, and connecting with oneself as well as with others, while inclusive dance refers to dance that challenges perceptions of disability and offers the potential for movement for a diverse community of individuals, both people with disability and people without disability. In some schools, dance is offered as an elective or special content class, much like physical education, music, art, or computer science. And exposure to dance in this context typically occurs under the direction of trained dance educator. As according to Chico 2021, some students with disabilities work closely with dance movement therapies. And Crockett and Blakesley 2017 pointed that special education and arts education might be described as complementary disciplines. However, Work with dance movement therapies often occurs outside of the public school setting in private schools, specialized schools, or even private practice. And with a broad understanding that pedagogy is what and how we teach, or as posed by Warburton 2019, the study of how best to teach, we can thus determine that pedagogy is not something that simply happens. It is consciously chosen and specific methods we employ to communicate the transfer of ideas and learning, hence build an education. And previous studies have revealed that there are a range of pedagogical difficulties that need to be overcome. And according to DNOC 2014, the methods used do not differ too much from usual dance pedagogy, but should have a particular focus depending on the necessary adaptations. Additionally, the elements and beneficial factors of an inclusive setting for people with and without disability may have psychomotor, cognitive, emotional, and socio-psychological characters. And inclusive dance, according to Armstead and Aulia 2021, inclusive dance practice provides opportunities for people of all abilities and circumstances to dance. So dance is a unique subject matter as it straddles the divide between physical activity and art. And it is not simply physically engaging, but also emotionally, intellectually, spiritually, and socially engaging. The Crockett and Blakesley 2021 went on to state that special education and arts education share hybrid aspirations for educating individuals by promoting full participation, greater independence, self-determination, and the development of artistic competency, as well as the motivation to succeed in further education, careers, and community living. Okay, I shall move on to DRA 2017 encouraged educators to develop lessons that are active, physical and sensory, and provide opportunities for multiple means of engaging and expression. So dance as a creative tool in the hands of educators is an apt vehicle for supporting active physical and sensory experiences. And a significant body of literature indicates that many students, especially those with special needs, continue to struggle to be accepted into dance group in their schools and to represent their schools for competition. And on the other hand, Martin's 2014 research supported that when students have opportunities to gain or reduce sensory input in meaningful ways, their need to self-stimulate is decreased and they are able to focus on instructional tasks and activities. And that being said, Universal Design for Learning, UDL, is an emerging instructional framework that is gaining grounds in education circles and which is being adopted to encompass the philosophy of inclusion. And according to Hartman 2015, empirical research has shown that UDL addresses learners' variability, optimizes equitable access to the general education curriculum, and provides equal chances for all students to succeed through three key principles: multiple means of engagement, representation, and action and expression. So UDL is a set of principles designed to give all individuals equal opportunities to learn, and resulting from years of research by the Center for Applied Special Technology, or CAST, on how to provide better education experiences to students with disabilities, UDL is quickly becoming a respected process for bringing to life what the field of neuroscience is uncovering about the various ways individuals recognize, express, and engage with information. So, more importantly, research on instructional practices of SEND teacher is insufficient. So the purpose of this study was to contribute to the literature in this area by exploring the instructional practices of Ahmad, a primary school SEND teacher, as he adopts inclusive dance pedagogy. And to conceptualize the SEN teacher's instructional practices within the philosophy of inclusion, UDL was adopted as a lens to explore his instructional practices. And given that SEN teachers struggle to make appropriate instructional adjustments and seeming lack of exposure by SEN teachers to teach inclusive dance in the inclusive classroom, insights from this study are needed now more than ever. And it is also worth noting that the researcher's intention was not to assess how Ahmad applied the UDL principles, but to use UDL as a lens to explore how Ahmad implemented inclusive pedagogy to enable the ISLD to access, engage with, participate, and enhance their social participation in ways that suit their individual abilities and background experience. And the following research questions were addressed. First, what specific pedagogical strategies does a SEN teacher use when adopting inclusive dance pedagogy to respond to the needs of Indigenous students with learning disabilities? And secondly, what issues are experienced by the SEN teacher when implementing the inclusive dance pedagogy? And in order to explore the practice and perceptions of the SEN teachers' instructional practices in enhancing equity in social participation for ISLD, the researcher in this study collected data in a mainstream school in Bora Pahang. And this study is important because it focused on the perceptions and beliefs of the SEN teacher. And this study provided data to better understand the beliefs, attitudes, decision-making, and subsequent actions of a SEN teacher in uplifting the dance pedagogy. And furthermore, this study is significant to the fields of special education and dance education in that it highlights creative and perhaps missed opportunities for special education teachers to integrate dance into their settings in the absence of a prescribed dance curriculum. So this study used a qualitative case research methodology for an in-depth examination and analysis of the participants' involvement in traditional dance. And a purposeful sampling procedure was used of a participant with rich experience to enable them to address their research questions and purpose of this study. And accordingly, the SEN teacher of Indigenous students in this study was selected purposefully from one of the rural schools in Bora Pahang because of his rich experience as dancers in traditional dance competition. And this study gained ethical approval from the Pahang State Education Department and was designed with a range of fit-for-purpose data collection tools, namely interviews, questionnaires, participant observation, collection of documentary and photographic evidence. Data were analyzed using a grounded theory constant comparison method to identify emerging themes from the data, and the result of the interviews were transcribed and analyzed using thematic analysis methods. Ahmad, a primary school SEN teacher, was selected purposefully for this study due to his rich background as a SEN teacher with training in special education. He has been teaching students with SEN for over 5 years, and Ahmad holds a bachelor's degree in special education. And in addition to teaching subjects, namely Bahasa Melayu and mathematics, he also doubles as a traditional dance instructional teacher, or TDIT. So as a TDIT, Ahmad collaborates with other teachers in the school to identify more dancing styles, approaches, and opportunities to support ISLD in dancing class. And the aim of the dance class is also to provide students with the fundamental dance principles to represent the school for competitions organized by the district and state education department in Malaysia. And Ahmad's class sizes ranged between 8 to 12 students with year 4, 5, and 6. Ahmad had a wide range of Indigenous students with special needs, including students with learning disabilities and attention deficit hyperactive disorder, or ADHD. So the purpose of this study was to explore Ahmad's instructional practices in the implementation of inclusive dance pedagogy. And now I'm going to describe the outcome of the study. Ahmad optimized for means of engagement. Ahmad optimized the relevance and the authenticity of his lessons by varying his instructional activities and the sources of information. So, for example, he occasionally invited other teachers to provide ideas and suggestions on the aspects of his dance class. Ahmad scaffolded his students' learning to help them to develop self-regulation and self-determination skills. For the more severe ISLD, he provided executive function support using graduated scaffolding. So peer collaboration is featured prominently in Ahmad's instructional practices. In his dance class, where ISLD had to make a formation based on the traditional rhythm of the joget, Ahmad taught the lesson using mixed ability grouping as indicated in his lesson plan. And he began the lesson by highlighting the objectives and making reference to a video watched in a previous lesson. And Ahmad activated learners' prior knowledge on the terms traditional and joget using learner-centered approach. Hands-on and very engaging as students actively work together while sharing ideas to complete the dance activity. Ahmad's role was a facilitator as he circulated during the class to provide feedback and guidance to students. As for means of representation, evidence from the data showed that Ahmad adopted multiple instructional strategies in order to help his ISLD to have equitable access to the dance curriculum. And mainly, he employed multiple media, including video clips, to represent information to help his students to have access to the dance curriculum. As for means of action and expression, a variety of teaching methods emerged that showed that Ahmad used multiple means of action and expression to enable his ISLD to express their understanding of the dance lesson in terms of assessment. Ahmad provided ISLD with different options to express their knowledge. Like after the dance lesson, Ahmad mentioned the significance of reflection by stating that reflection stimulates students' awareness of their body and movement experiences, which is necessary for developing high-quality dance skills. And reflection is essential for students to learn how the audience may perceive their performance or choreographic work. And ISLD learn to communicate with other people in and new situations for their development. Ahmad also adds that dance is a creative art form and the type of thinking fostered in a creative environment can be rich and deep, involving a symbiotic relationship between the mind and the body. And when dance teachers expect students only to repeat movements, according to Ahmad, that underestimate the power of creative learning and the thought process that can take place. According to the UDL framework, learners vary a great deal in terms of their learning preferences, motivations, and engagements with activities. And research has shown that irrespective of the diversity in the classroom, students can achieve the same lesson objectives with less difficulty when teachers use flexible instructions and modify the curriculum. So in an inclusive dance class, the traditional one-size-fits-all dance instruction may not work for all students. And according to Mayer et al. 2014, learner variability demands corresponding flexibility in the learning context if each student is to find an inviting, appropriately challenging, and supportive experience. And Ahmad believes that to be able to create an inclusive learning environment for all students requires an understanding of every student, planning the lessons based on the students' abilities and adapting the curriculum to meet those needs. So while a significant body of research indicates that some teachers struggle to adapt to the curriculum to meet students' needs in inclusive classroom, Ahmad in this case study made appropriate instructional adjustment to address the students' needs. So he combined hands-on learning, traditional dance videos, and group-based dance activities to represent information, to engage students, enable them to access and express their skills on traditional dance. And the findings of this, the finding revealed that several tensions included Ahmad adoption of inclusive dance pedagogy, including inadequate instructional resources, teachers or special education teachers, lack of professional learning, focus on teachers' specific needs, inflexible curriculum, and over dependencies on standardized testing. And evidence suggests that inclusive classroom require teachers who are specially trained, knowledgeable, and have the pedagogical efficacy to understand the different abilities, learning preferences, and needs of students to enable them to adapt the curriculum accordingly. And providing more special education teachers in inclusive classroom can help schools to create opportunities for teachers to collaborate in lesson planning and co-teach in dance curricula together. And active collaboration can provide co-teaching opportunities where teachers can learn from each other to improve their pedagogical efficacy in teaching traditional dance. So despite the fact that previous single case studies had been criticized for the lack of objectivity and generalizing due to the small sample size, the aim of this study was not to generalize the outcome, but according to Odell 2001, the aim of single qualitative case study is to get the narrative down for the possible benefit of policymakers and stakeholders. And consequently, through the triangulation of the multiple sources of evidence, chains of evidence on data collection and analytic procedures and member checking, the trustworthiness of the outcomes was strengthened. Although Ahmad's views, experience, and practices may differ from other teachers with or without special education background in other contexts, the findings may be useful for inclusive dance teaching and teacher education. For example, the outcomes reported in this study can contribute to the transformation of SEN teachers' pedagogy as it provides insights into teaching approaches and instructional strategies that can be used to create inclusive classroom activities to meet diverse ISLD's needs and improve their learning. It is recommended that more SEN teachers who train their students in traditional dance to foster active collaboration in inclusive classroom. To this end, professional learning for SEN teachers should focus on building teachers' pedagogical proficiency on how to use UDL in traditional dance lessons to make the curriculum equitable and accessible to all students. Also, further research should explore how SEN teachers in other levels adopt to the inclusive pedagogy and use UDL to create inclusive learning environment. With that, thank you so much for all of your kind attention. If you have any questions or comment, please email pol19013@siswa.um.edu.my. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you to Ms. Suhaila. Peter Wong, I see that you've asked a question here. Maybe you could send it to the email that Ms. Suhaila mentioned. As I was reading, remember, she had so much international responsibilities. So actually, Ms. Suhaila is in Singapore now. Anyway, I could read Peter Wong's question and everybody can have a thought about that. How could we help young children with dance if they face challenges of physical movement such as polio cases? Ms. Suhaila is not here, but Peter Wong, when I was in Japan in this inclusive home, what the teachers were doing is every 5-10 minutes, the children were actually having some kind of disability. They couldn't walk, you know, they had some kind of disabilities in physically, but the teachers actually put on music and got the children to move. And if they can't move, they were sitting and moving. And that made the environment very positive and happy. Okay, so that was nice. And I've just WhatsApp, sorry, the person in charge of special ed in and said we should get a lecturer who is good in dancing as well as inclusive education, because I think dance kind of like makes the kids happy. And I saw that in many places, even in Bali, where every child learns either to dance or a musical instrument, and it brings the discipline level to quite a high level because the kids have something to do passionately. So for the next presenter, so we're all going on to the next presenter, and Dr. Siti Hafsha, I hope you're ready. Yeah, Dr. Siti Hafsha Idris. She's going to present on a topic entitled Bioethics and Farmers' Rights. That's interesting. Constructing the interdisciplinary approach. And I think she's doing a comparison between Indonesia and Malaysia. A bit about Dr. Siti Hafsha. She's actually a senior lecturer and currently the Deputy Dean of Student Affairs at the Faculty of Law, University Technology Mara Shah Alam Selangor. She completed her PhD in law at UiTM, specializing in biosafety and environmental law. She has attended several national and international courses on environmental law and biosafety, and been invited as a keynote speaker and invited speaker to many places. She teaches environmental law at undergraduate and postgraduate levels, and has presented her research work at many conferences, namely US, Australia, India, and Indonesia. She has also co-authored and authored several articles in index journals. Dr. Siti Hafsha is very concerned with environmental issues, and she hopes the law and the environment can be implemented adequately to strike an appropriate balance between development and regulative measures in sustainable development. So Dr. Siti Hafsha, the floor is yours now.
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Professor Dr. Vishalati, the moderator for today. Okay, good afternoon to everyone, especially to Professor Dr. Azizan and all the organizer and also all the participants. I'll share my slide now. Okay, this is my research, current research on bioethics and human rights. I forgot to mention in the bio that my PhD was in bioethics actually. So I'm looking into bioethical issues with regards to genetically modified crops and how it actually affects the farmers' rights. So this research actually a collaboration, a matching grant research between UiTM, University Technology Mara, Faculty of Law, and also Faculty of Law, University Semarang. So we compare the ethical issues with regards to GM crops, biosafety issues in Indonesia and in Malaysia. Currently, the data that we collected only focusing on Malaysia. So move on to the background of the study. Okay, why we look into GM crop? Because GM crop, even though it has been developed 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, but the issues on GM crop, genetically modified organism that produce GM crops, is actually not settled on part of socioeconomic, especially on ethicals. Because when we talk about the safety of these crops, the GM crops, okay, we do have the law, we do have the international law that cover the issues. We have the Cartagena Protocol, and in Malaysia we do have the biosafety law, and in fact in Indonesia they have the food law that cover the labeling of GM food. But the issues raised on socioeconomic considerations. On the scientific part, that one, okay, we have the National Biosafety Board under the Ministry of Environment and Water, CASA, and then this is under the Department of Biosafety. They do have this GMAX, the Genetically Modified Advisory Committee, where they will oversee and also to advise the board on whether the GM crop can be approved or not. On part of socioeconomy, there are still issues whether these crops or these products of the GM crops can be actually released into the environment. So when we talk about socioeconomy, it also includes ethical issues. So many researchers actually discuss on intrinsic ethics. They focus on this is not natural, this is playing God, but the focus of this research is actually more to extrinsic, whereby we look in beyond ethics, because even though legally it is right, because we have the law, okay, is covered under Section 35, for example, of the Biosafety Act, but on part of ethical issues, whether it is right to approve the crops, okay, because as I mentioned just now, GM crop is developed through GM technology, genetically modified technology, which is not, it is combined to more genes that is not happen in natural. So there's so many concerns, health issues, economic issues, social issues, cultural issues, as well as legal issues and also ethical issues, religions. So I have a paper previously in 2013 with Prof. Dato also on ethical issues, and in 2020 also on Maqasid Syar'i. So when we talk, for example, when we talk about religious, we are not only talking about halal or not, because it settles. It's settled because we do have Jakim, they will do the check. But we talk about, is it Toiban or not? Halalan and Toiban. So what is the concept of halal and Toiban? Maqasid Syar'i. So that one is another thing. But the focus of the research is actually on farmers' rights. Okay, when the concern of GM crops on the human rights here. We want to know, the research question of this issue is actually, we want to know what are the bioethical issues relating to farmers' rights in Malaysia and in Indonesia, and then to what extent actually the legal mechanism, especially, and also administrative mechanisms protect these farmers' rights. Okay. So from here, okay, we have 4 phases of the methods, okay, and then of course we start with systematic literature review and also data collections, and we are now at the data collection and also data analysis. We found that the issues with ethical issues with the right of the farmers, it's involved the rights to livelihood of the farmers as well as the rights to contractual justice. Right to livelihood includes of they can't actually save the seed for the next season. Next seasons, when the farmers buy the seed, they can only plant for 1 season. They cannot replant that. So they are actually liable to legal action if they replant the seed. And this is actually been tested in the case law in other countries. Okay, GM crop has not been approved in Malaysia. It's coming on the way to Malaysia. Okay, and yes, of course, there are applications to plant, and then they're still waiting for the approval from the National Biosafety Board. But what if this happening in Malaysia? We actually, it's not that we want to hamper, we want to stop the development, okay, but we want to have this technology to be developed in a precautionary approach, so that we have a holistic dimensions to make sure that these products, this crop is safe for everyone and give justice to everyone. So another thing that we discovered that with rights to livelihood is that when it comes to contaminations, this happened when cross-pollinations between GM plant and also non-GM plant. So it's especially for organic farmers. So when the plant is actually contaminated and they grew the plant, they've been sued by the company, the seed company, because of copyright, patents right. And it happened in not only in Australia, but it's also in Canada and also in US. So they've been sued for not saving the seed. They let the plant to grow, and then they are said to benefit from the plant. But on part of the farmers, the organic or the conventional farmers here is that actually they actually can claim for negligence on part of the GM crop farmers. And then they actually lost their certifications of organics because of these contaminations. But is there any legal mechanisms to protect them? So far, they can't claim based on the case law. They can't claim even though they raise the issues of negligence and also nuisance. But what happened that, okay, they don't have to pay for the compensation, but they lost the certification. So this affects their livelihood, right to livelihood. And also this technology also, because a corporate dominated, we call this biohegemony is also because they have to buy from certain company, and then they, whether you take it or leave it when they purchase the seed from the company. And also here, I'm also one of the committee for the ministry has recently launched the Jawatan Kuasa, I remember the name, JEPSI in Bahasa Melayu is actually Advisory Committee for Socio-Economy under the Biosafety Department, okay, to advise the Department of the Biosafety Board on whether the board should approve or not. So here, some of the issue actually from literature also we can find that spillage, even though we actually import, okay, for import, yes, there are many cases, there are many events that has been approved by the Department of Biosafety for food, feed and processing for animals. So sometimes spillage happens, accidents. So, and also the seeds, it's actually meant for food, feed and processing, but some of the farmers, they use the seed too, they replant the seeds. So it's become contamination also. So what we can do, can we sue the farmers? Can we actually claim compensations under the act? So this is the issue of liability and redress that need to be addressed urgently to address the issues. And also on contractual justice, yes, as I mentioned just now, is you take it or not, biohegemony, because it's controlled by the corporate, by the seeds company. I'm not saying that GMOs or GM crop is not good. It's good. It's good for food security, especially for now. We have a shortage of food. It's everywhere, globally. But at the same time, we must make sure that it is really safe, and then it gives justice to everyone, especially here when we talk about crops, to the farmers, because they do not know when they purchase it's good, but sometimes it can incur cost for them. So we have to protect the rights of the farmers here, because they are the end users if they want to purchase the seeds. As so far, the legal mechanism, yes, we do have biosafety regulations in Malaysia and also Indonesia with regards to GM crops. Okay, it's under the Biosafety Act, the act that govern on the GMO. But the current law is actually covers all the procedural process. Is prioritize the industry. It's also put a mandatory labeling, but the mandatory labeling now is actually only 3% of the contents. We still have yet to see what is the low level presence of this GMO, and then the labeling part is actually yes, labeling is actually under the Ministry of Health, and then who actually can oversee and also the monitoring of the foods, because what we do have now is actually negative labelings. This soya milk may not contain, but it's not very direct. So this is also an issue to protect the consumers and also for the public. So these are the findings, bioethical issues especially with regards to farmers' rights. Because the law itself is actually, the wording that is may for, and then that one is for socioeconomic, under socioeconomic provision. So the word may, we might take into consideration or we might not take it into consideration, and we can only advise. The decision is actually to the board whether to decide to approve or not. What if this is very good? What if all the scientific things, scientific finding and also scientific, the risk assessment, risk management is also are all in order? Can these ethical considerations override the decisions? And of course, it is also very influenced in it. Still, JAPSI, the Jawatan Kuasa Socio-Economy is also very new. And then if we want to compare and then do benchmarking with other countries, so far only Argentina and also France have the similar Jawatan Kuasa. So we have to, other than that, for example, in Australia, they have already removed that ethical consideration. What they have now is actually on scientific part. So we need to come up with not to say that legal framework, because it's actually been addressed in section 35 and also of the act, and also regulation 25 of the regulation, biosafety regulations. What we want now is actually how do we implement the law, how we enforce the law on part of monitoring to ensure the ethical principle to be included in the decision-making process so that it can protect the farmer's right. So as a conclusion, there is a need to refine and expand the existing legal framework and also administrative frameworks to ensure that farmers are protected from not only from ethical issues but also and other issues. So we need to guideline to identify the possible way to integrate bioethical issues in the decision-making process. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siti. It was very enlightening for me because I don't know much about this, but I used to watch a lot of movies about, you know, how farmers are given certain seeds and how the side effects happen. Actually, we have the next keynote waiting. Is there anybody urging to ask Dr. Siti a question? Or you could actually put it in the Q&A where Dr. Siti can see it and answer. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Siti Afsha. And
thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that's the end of session 5. And now I pass it back to you, Associate Professor Dr. Duria.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Visha. You've been a wonderful moderator, and of course, if Prof. Osman Bakarato is still here, thank you very much for the wonderful talk that he has given earlier on. Since we are really pushing for time here, I guess we should just start up with the next session. That will be our last session for this ICONCIDI 2022. For this particular session, we have one plenary keynote address, and the moderator for the session is Mr. Collins Chong Yu Kian, who has been with us, team, serving in University Malaya for more than 9 years. And in fact, he was our own graduate student. He is an alumnus of the university, majoring in international and strategic studies, a prominent student leader with outstanding achievements, and he has been instrumental in student leadership program. I would also like to mention the fact that he was the president of UNESCO Club in University of Malaya, Also the Deputy President of Student Ambassador of and President of International Relations Club. And he was part of that pioneer group that represented and Malaysia at the 2010 World Model United Nations, organized by Harvard University, and also the winner of the Razali Shafi'i Award for being the highest achiever in his batch in international studies. Okay, so I think he's very active overall, even right now. I mean, he is partly almost, he does it regularly as contributor to analytical articles for both local and international media on various contemporary global issues and regional affairs since 2007. So without taking any more time, Collins, I would like to pass this to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duria, for the very kind introduction. Good afternoon to all the eminent audience that we have here for today. And for this session, it's going to be our last session. And I'm sure that there'll be a lot of interest seeing that our topic for this session will be of great importance, as well as of great meaning to all of us as human beings. And that we have also a very prominent speaker, which I'm going to introduce soon. And I hope that, of course, we have a lot of questions at the end of the session, which will encourage the audience to pose, forward-looking and critical questions, of course, to our prominent speaker that we have today. It's our honor to have him here today. So without further delay, I would like to officially introduce our speaker for this session, the meaning of being human in the era of AI, which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Ananta Durayapa, who is the director of the UNESCO Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development, or the MGIEP. So Professor Ananta Durayapa is the director of this institute, which is the UNESCO's first and only Category 1 institute in the Asia Pacific. He is also responsible for developing the empathy, mindfulness, compassion, critical inquiry, EMC2 model, and also the Institute's novel approach on social and emotional learning in achieving SDG 4. So Prof. Dr. Ananta is also a strong believer in personalized learning and artificial intelligence for good, where he also initiated and oversaw the development of the Institute's AI framework space, now being used across many countries. He is an academic and science policy advocate at heart, and is a fellow of the World Academy of Science, the TWAS, as well as the World Academy of Arts and Sciences, the WAAS. And Prof. Ananta also co-chaired the International Science and Evidence-Based Education, the ISAE assessment, and the Biodiversity Synthesis Group of the Kofi Annan Commissioned Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. He continues to publish extensively in the field of economics, environment, and education, and he's also an avid Kendo player. So a prominent speaker, and without further ado, I would like to hereby hand over to you. So Professor Ananta, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Right. We won't share it. Let's start off with just not share it. Hi, thank you, Collins. I really must tell my staff to give a much shorter bio. But thank you for that very kind introduction. When I was approached to give this talk, and especially with this title, I thought long and hard, because it was slightly out of a bit of my domain, but then just the title excited me. You know, what does it mean to be a human in the age of AI, especially when we are still grappling with the fundamental question of what it means to be a human. And here then we have superimposed the metaverse on top of it with the artificial intelligence kind of driving. I thought this was going to be a fun exercise, and thankfully it was. It was quite kind of enjoyed putting together this presentation. please bear with me. I'm going to basically take about 30 minutes to 35 minutes, and then maybe, hopefully, I would set up enough controversial questions for an active Q&A. So let me start off with, let me share my screen. So move to the first one. So what is being a human? And I kind of thought about, kind of went over one here. That's the first one. Looking at it from the natural perspective, what are we? We are a species, one of millions of species that live on this planet. And for some reason, we have been able to dominate the rest of the species, which what we believe as a superior thinking capabilities. But in terms of the natural, it's biological in terms of DNA and tissue, the biodegradable tissue that makes most of us. Chemical in terms of basically we are walking bodies of different chemical compositions, especially in the main processing center, which is the brain. We all have much evidence from the neurosciences on what are the different chemicals that really make us tick. And then the thing to connect those chemicals is those electrical pulses. And this is why we have that little show of the brain at the bottom right-hand corner. And so from a natural perspective, that's what we are. And in many ways, we tend to share many similar characteristics with a lot of other species. From this very basic foundational premises of what it means to be a human. But now we go into the discussion that was proposed to me to make a presentation, and then it's I would sort of put it in this is, I think, the first where the controversial I would or provoke the audience to sort of say the distinction between the natural and the artificial. But if you look at some of the philosophers, and I think the question of what it is to be human has been really a question that has been pursued in the field of philosophy. One takes a course in philosophy, and this is where the fundamental is. Why are we here? What is the purpose of us being here, and so forth and so on. So if you look at Plato, a being is search of meaning. And that's how, so when you say, what it means to be a human in the era of AI, I think we need to go to this artificial or the construct that we put ourselves to face and answer and question. And to be human is to think. It's true or false, does not really, by Ludwig Wittgenstein. And then the third by, of course, the more famous, the equally famous Immanuel Kant is all our knowledge begins with the senses. So all those, when we talk about the senses, the receptor senses of the eyes, the nose, the ears, and the feeling, then proceeds to the understanding and ends with reason. And of course, the understanding then gets processed in that 3-pound mass that we carry between our ears. And then, of course, the reasoning comes from accumulated knowledge that is also contained in that 3-pound mass that we call, and I'm sure you know what I'm referring to, is our brains. But if you look at this, these are very similar, but there are also others who sort of have their say in what it means to be a human. We have a joke in the economics profession in terms of what's the definition of sustainable development. We always say there are as many definitions as there are economists. I would say that what it means to be human, I think the definition or clarifications would be as many humans that we have on this planet. So it's something that it's a quintessential question. It's been there throughout time, and I think we'll continue asking that throughout time. I want to continue with what it means to be a human. And I think these are some of the main characteristics. I think philosophers have also converged and gravitated towards some of these characteristics of what it means to be a human. Many of them, a lot of my influence in philosophy has been defined by the philosopher Amartya Sen, who basically then drew a lot from some of the contemporary philosophers such as Kant and Rawls and so forth. But if you look at the first one, being human means having the freedom to be whomever you want to be. It's talking about agency. And I think agency is such an important critical point in our lives. You know, the whole notion of freedom to do what you have reason to value, and that's how Amartya Sen tends to put it as. Then to be able to create and discover yourself as an individual without caring about the judgment of others. It's so difficult in this world. In many ways, the fact that you tend to think about how others judge you already means that you have slightly gone out of that sphere of what it means to be a human. So being human means accepting all that you are and living your life in a way without regret or worry. These are all aspirations, if you want to think about it. This is what we would like to aspire. And I'm not going to sort of say yes or no right now. I'll kind of, when we finish off all the different characteristics, we'll kind of sort of say where we are at the present point in time. So continuing with that, with that thought, now we come into a very interesting area. Being human means having and showing emotions. Crying when you're upset or mad, laughing like a maniac when something humors you, and loving people to the ends of the earth and letting them know that. So emotions seems to be a really important word in this particular characteristic of being human. And one that we tend to just take for granted, but if you think about it, it's something that really distinguishes us. But then on the other hand, if it distinguishes from other living species, that's because the way that we have defined it is based on our own benchmarks and definitions. How are we to know that other species do not have the same thing? An example, something to ponder is tree, a living tree. There's more recent research which sort of says trees as well have feelings and they can sort of measure some of that changes in those states. Then human beings making mistakes and being flawed. Now, this is one that I really like, because this really then starts to put those boundaries between what I'm going to talk a little bit later on, the artificial intelligence and what that makes a distinction. So, you know, none of these are basically things that I've come up with. I'm not that smart, but if you go onto this internet link, you'll be able to see some really nice discussions of what it means to be a human. Now, so this is what I take out of that whole, from Plato to Kant to those characteristics that I've put forward to you today. Many of them come from a lot of the philosophers. So when you talk about agency, that's so much of the language of Amartya Sen and others. So the true quality of being human is imperfection and being comfortable with this state. And I think we see it as something that we want to aspire to overcome. But I would like to propose in this talk that is the true quality of being a human. It's that we are imperfect. The fact that if we are perfect might be where we will have a problem in a world of AI. But that imperfection is what keeps us separate. And I remember, if I'm not sure how many, and this is one of the problems with a Zoom an online presentation is you can't see the reaction of your audience. I would like to sort of ask a question and see a show of hands. How many of you have seen of the War of the Worlds? And you know, it was such a superior alien force that had come to destroy Earth and to take over Earth, but they all succumbed to the tiniest, the virus, and that virus is, in fact, if you look at the tree of life, is at the very base of the tree of life. I just remember visiting a school in Mysore in India, and in one of the classrooms they had the tree of life, and at the very bottom were the viruses and bacteria. So, you know, and my first question was, you know, if you look at that as the foundational of the tree of life, then the virus, the COVID virus, is part of our whole existence as well. And the kids were kind of intrigued by that question. And if we get rid of all those viruses, will we have a tree of life? Because that is part of the whole in our existence. It's the whole challenge is how to live and manage with that. So in many ways, I'm kind of alluding to this whole notion of imperfection. And with imperfection, one of the fundamental flaws that economists have made, I'm an economist by training, is the whole notion of rationality and how we as humans, as you know, are rational decision making. That's not true. And you know, work by Daniel Kahneman and Dan Ariely and others have shown that, you know, we're so predictably irrational, and that irrationality is what makes us so unique. So my plea is, let's celebrate this imperfection of humans and the imperfection of the decision making that guides us to our day-to-day challenges. So are we truly being humans today? I put a no, because if you look at those characteristics that I had alluded to in the earlier slides, you most probably will see that about 80 to 90%, they're not having those characteristics. Agency, I don't think so. The whole notion of being neutral to others' judgments, no. So in a way, we call ourselves humans at the biological level, at the natural level, but are we humans in the artificial constructs or the constructs that we have created for ourselves? And in many ways, we are not. There might be a few, but I'm talking about the mass of humanity. And I boldly put this up front that I think for 90% of us, we are not really humans in that way. And I'm really hoping that somebody will disagree and have a dialogue with me on this later on. Because the problem is we are trying to be perfect. We're trying to be as efficient. And remember, one of the true beauties of being a human is the imperfection. And therefore, in trying to be perfect, in trying to be efficient, we have gone into this whole notion of trying to create machines to achieve this, to mimic machines. And the whole birth of computer science with the use of starting from the very earliest machines, you know, Alan Turing's first was can machines think? It was trying to decode these encrypted messages that the Germans were using during World War. So the whole search of efficiency and trying to be perfect is the very reason we've moved towards this whole field of artificial intelligence. Now, we talk about AI as something relatively new, but you know, if you look back, a lot of people have been toying with this idea, but without using the term. I remember when I was doing my PhD in economics, my specialization was in control theory, building optimal control models. And part of that training was to design algorithms which were active learning as well as passive learning. And many of those algorithms are the basis of the AI algorithms that are used today. What has changed, and I still remember very vividly when I used to get the model that I had built to be solved. You go and send it up to the mainframes, the IBM mainframes, takes 3 hours, and then I get a solution back. And then if it's wrong, then redo it, send it back, wait for another 3 hours. And by the time I finished the dissertation, and that time had dropped to 15 minutes on a desktop. Now you might say that I took 15 years to finish the PhD. Well, it was the traditional 6 years, but you can see the evolution of the computing speed and the computing world, as well as the efficiency of the algorithms, because we were improving those algorithms to get the most efficient solution. So what is AI? So I've talked about what is it to be human. The title of the talk is What is it to be human in the era of AI? So I think we should also get an understanding of what is AI. One of the pioneers in 2004, now, this is the modern version as the way we see AI. It is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. Now, it came onto the radar screen later, but as I said, Alan Turing started in the mid 1900s, basically just before World War II. I think he was trying to decode the encryption and so forth. So it goes much back than 2004. But I think one that really resonates today in the modern era is John McCarthy's definition, and is related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence. So it was formally presented as what AI is. So in its simplest terms, and I thought this one makes a lot more sense, is AI refers to systems or machines that mimic human intelligence to perform tasks and can iteratively improve themselves based on the information they collect. Sounds exactly like the passive learning algorithms and the active learning algorithms that I was doing around in the late 1980s, early 1990s. So this is really where that we have been improving in terms of computer algorithms and learning algorithms and putting it under the rubric of artificial intelligence. So mimic human intelligence, that's one key, and to perform tasks that can iteratively improve themselves. So the algorithm is not static. If it is static, then it's not really an AI. So that's like what we would call static optimization. But if you have dynamic optimization, and if you have some learning equations in that, you basically are in the field of AI, because it's going to improve itself. So if you start off with a model of something that you're addressing, and you have described that system in a mathematical model equation, you're optimizing some objective function. And you sort of say, based on the data and based on the optimization runs, that database changes, is revised accordingly to some understanding of how that learning happens. And that learning mimics on the type of, and I would sort of say, I'm trying to link with the human definitions on rationality and to be efficient and to be perfect. That's the goal. So they talk about AI in terms of a human approach, which means systems that think like humans, systems that act like humans, and then an ideal approach is systems that think rationally and systems that act rationally. Now, I put this up, and this is from Stuart Russell and Peter Novick's Artificial Modern Approach, touted as one of the seminal writings in modern AI. If you look at the human approach and the ideal approach, that's what humans are trying to do, isn't it? On the ideal approach. When systems that think like humans, and humans are trying to think in the rational way and to act rationally. That's one of the reasons why I say they're actually the same. So when you make a distinction between the human approach and the ideal approach, and when you look at what humans are trying to achieve, they are trying to do what the ideal approach advocates, is to think rationally and to act rationally. Well, the whole thing gets really messed up because the fact is, as I said earlier, and some of the more recent work by behavioral economists, is that we are totally irrational. But here's a mind twister. I don't have solutions to this, but I've been toying it in my head, is that if you are predictably irrational, then aren't you rational in the first place? I'll leave that for you to ponder. It's so much fun, isn't it? It's more like mind games. So then we look at levels of different types of artificial intelligence, i.e. in terms of the data, the knowledge base that it uses and what it's out to perform. So if you look at weak AI, called artificial narrow intelligence, is AI trained to perform specific tasks. Okay? Very, very specific, very narrow, very focused. Then you got strong AI, which is made of artificial general intelligence and artificial super intelligence. So general AGI is a theoretical form where a machine would have an intelligence equal to humans, and then the super is that it goes beyond what our intelligence is, surpass the intelligence and ability of the human brain. We are not there yet. We don't know whether we will ever get there or if such a thing is even possible. Is it just science fiction? The scary thing is most science fiction is now becoming reality. I'm not sure how many of you are Star Trek fans, but I'm one. And if you look at some of the stuff that Star Trek is used to show as pure science fiction, it's all reality now. But I think where we are now is primarily in the weak AI and may be starting to touch about the AGI, but definitely not close to the ASI, because one is we have to beat the quantum computing will allow us in terms of speed, and then of course the algorithms. So I thought I'll play this, bringing it all together, and I thought of putting it on a spectrum, because you say, what do you mean to be a human in an AI era? I think there are multiple trajectories. It depends on how we are going to define what the future is going to be and how we are going to be in that future. So if you look at the BA, where we are, that's where we are right now. I'm taking these terms of superordinate and subordinate from Daniel Mokowitz's recent book on the meritocracy trap, where he talks about superordinate workers. These are really the top Ivy League school kind of people, and the superordinate, and then the subordinates are people like me and others who just work according to the way that they demand that we do things. So if we go looking at the presentation, and if we go left, right, and right now we're from where we are, if we go right, we go towards the narrow intelligence, where we want AI to do specific tasks for us. Tasks that are like the robots that make our cars, those are all pretty much ANI. The self-driving car might be sitting between an ANI and an AGI, because it makes decisions as well. An AGI will make decisions based on feedback that it receives, and that would be like self-driving cars would be in that particular end of the part of the spectrum. Now, So at the bottom is where the levels of artificial intelligence, and at the top is more in terms of the human being. Now, if we go left and we go to and take the business as usual, where we are just focusing on AI, improving AI, just dabbing with a little bit of ethics of AI, then we go into eventually, I'm not sure how many of you, as I use these a lot from the Star Trek, the Borg, where we become like part machine, part human. So I think things like what Elon Musk is trying to do in terms of putting chips in our brains, making the link with our neural circuits as well. That becomes like a man-machine. And of course, AI is going to play a very big part of it, because if you have a chip, that's going to get a lot of data, and that's going to go back and forth between our own natural circuits. Then at the end, if we continue with that, and this is where we call the ASI, where we are nowhere close to, I call it L. I'm not sure how many of you have seen Space Odyssey 2001, where L is that mischievous supercomputer that basically then decides that the best way to save humanity is to destroy it, because we are too dangerous for our own good. So that's the other extreme, where we become totally subordinate. So in the falling short of destroying us or killing us all off, would be we become a subordinate, and the superordinate would be the computer algorithm. So it depends on how we want to project ourselves in the future. Now, on the right-hand side, if where we are now, is that our focus is not is on our own well-being or human flourishing, looking at those questions on what it is to be human. So the whole notion of agency and that whole list that I have put right there, where we want to aspire to do that. The only way that we can aspire to do that is to also invest on A&I to take away a lot of the mundane tasks that we get caught up on our day-to-day. How many of us have the time to reflect on why we are here? How many of us get a time to reflect on what is my purpose? How many of you have to reflect on how did we evolve to this point? These are all philosophical questions, always been in the domain of a few people who have, who have the opportunity to be professors in the university, philosophical university professors, and get paid for that. But wouldn't it be great for us as humanity to dwell on this a lot more often, because we are not caught up on the day-to-day in terms of running the factories and running the banks and so forth, and running even at the macro level countries and so forth. We don't really even might need politicians as well, because AI can take care of, because it's primarily managing the society and managing, basically providing the kind of amenities that we will need to live comfortably and yet ask these fundamental questions of life. And that's my vision of how a human, what it will be to be a human in the era of AI. Now, you see this term called SEL. What does that mean? That's what I'm going to talk a little bit more before I finish. I have about 5 minutes left on SEL. Stands for social and emotional learning, because to ask those fundamental questions, to achieve those characteristics of human agency, to be a human in the previous slides, you need to have certain foundational competencies that we do not have, or we are not provided in any of the systems that we have, the education systems or the community or the family. Some lucky ones do, but otherwise the majority of us don't. So there are multiple pathways, as I had alluded: the human flourishing, the pathway subservient and masters, that is where we are right now, and pathway becoming one with machines, and then pathway subservient to machines. These are the multiple pathways. And if you want to ask, what does it mean to be a human in the era of AI, you pick one, and which one that you would want to. I'm hoping that we will pick pathway 1. How do we get to pathway 1? Socio-emotional. And this is basically the foundational way of how our brain works. and how the learning process works. And the good news for us is that we are continuously learning and we are continuously rewiring our neural circuits. So gone are the beliefs that you come in with a certain neural circuit structure and that's it. You're never going to be able to change it. The latest research from neuroscience is that neuroplasticity is a formal basis of learning. It might get a bit slower as you grow older, but it still can create new networks and networks related with what it means to be a human. So we talk about, in the introduction, Collins talked about the EMC squared. To build the competencies of mindful, what does that mean? Emotion regulation, attention regulation. To understand, remember, one of the fundamental things about being human is emotions. To understand, to recognize emotions is so important. Now, it's not to say that our emotions will always disappear. The emotions are there, but to recognize when you're angry and to understand that anger is so important. The same thing for sadness, but the same thing is for happiness and excitement and so forth and so on. Then the E is for empathy. So with the M, you try to find yourself. You're finding purpose in your own existence, which is so important in one of the characteristics of being human. E is the empathy. It's about understanding others. It's about getting their perspective of what their emotions are, why they are behaving in that way. And that's where empathy starts to come in. And this is not just empathy for other human beings, but empathy for other living beings as well. The things like, one of the things, like recently, Norway decided to, they said to put down, I use the word murder, that walrus Freya, because she was too friendly with humans, and therefore they felt that she was a danger to humans, and they just put her down. If we had empathy, we would never have taken that particular course. And it's not easy to build these neural networks of empathy, but it is possible. Then the C is compassion, is to do something about it. So I can empathize with Freya, but with the compassion, then we would have done something about it, taken the efforts to move her away from where she was so that she's out of danger as well as others are out of danger and so forth and so on. To do something about it with respect to empathy. And then the last C is a critical inquiry. It is to use that intellectual knowledge that we have, because that's also what it means to be human. So all these competencies are so foundational in defining what it is to be human in the way that we would see flourishing for ourselves. So a little bit more of what I had just gone through. And then the grand finale is to be human means to be kind to oneself, to fellow humans, to fellow living beings, and to nature. That's what it means to be human, irrespective of what the era is, even if it's in the era of AI. And to do that, what we need to do is to use AI to relieve us of a lot of the mundane tasks that we find ourselves doing on a day-to-day basis, so that we can have the time to reflect, to empathize, to build our mindfulness competencies, and to address and to acquire those competencies of what it means to be a human. Thank you. So I took 35 minutes. I guess I pass it back to Collins.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Nanta. Of course, very interesting, insightful points raised. Of course, thought-provoking as well. And looking forward to the questions and some interaction with the audience. While we wait for the questions, I'll start the ball rolling by a couple of questions from myself to Prof. Nanta. You have mentioned quite a lot of interesting points there, and I would like to point out the first question would be on the a lot of warnings by authors and prominent figures, including the late Stephen Hawking back in 2014, warning that of course the full spectrum of AI will spell the the fall of humankind in the future, and saying that he has argued also that we are limited by our slow biological evolution to be eventually superseded by the intense development of AI in the future. Also, a prominent figure will be Bostrom in his book on superintelligence, arguing on the same kind of argument that, of course, AI poses a threat to humankind in the future. Of course, also by other figures on the arguments that in terms of bioethics, in terms of the potential unfair and biased algorithms being fed to the AI software, potential profiling and targeting of different spectrum as well. So moving forward, and especially as we have seen also in the in the movie Terminator series, Skynet, in Ex Machina and all that. So what do you see the full prospects of AI being pursued by humankind? Juggling between the, of course, the potential harms as opposed to the immense benefits, positive attributions in terms of healthcare, in terms of other indicators as well. So balancing among all these indicators, what is a full evaluation on the need of AI in the future?
So in terms of the question of biasness, we must understand that this biasness comes from the data. And the data is then produced by humans. I'm always surprised at how fast we are to criticize this algorithm when we are all biased by in nature, unless you have achieved the level of, to a level where you're completely able to understand the biases and get rid of that. So look, we live in a world of biases. I'm just surprised that we are now saying the machines are biased, whereas if you put a human there, it's not going to be biased. You look at this, look at the employment practices, it's biased. You look at the way that visas are provided, it's biased. To be human is to be imperfect, and part of the imperfection is to be biased. Now, what in terms of with the AI, now there are multiple levels of AI, some that I talked about, but if you look at machine learning, deep learning, and so forth and on, a lot of them are driven by the data that has been generated. But you can, within the algorithms, also code ethical principles, which means you can put constraints into the code. And so when you are passing the data, and if you're looking, and if the computer is looking at about 1 million data points, and then they find that there's a similarity of 90% of a certain particular type of people, and then it's making these, you can prevent that by putting constraint optimization, as putting it as a constraint, and in the optimization, it will make sure that that particular space is not allowed in the decision making. So it's important that we understand this. It is important that we just don't leave it to this deep mining or just data mining without including ethical principles in the algorithm itself. So there are two ways of doing this. First is to train the people who are coding, or not even, I would say, not even coding, but who are writing the algorithms. And I've done this, where you can actually write ethical principles as constraints in your mathematical model. To do that, then we train the people on the ethics, which means, and this is why I put at the end the SEL. Now, when you have gone through social emotional learning processes, now social emotional is just now, it is also knowledge as well, because remember, critical inquiry is important. So you ask these questions of the data, you have to ask these questions of societal questions. And then if you have those competencies, you will write those, hopefully you will write those constraints or those requirements of ethical principles in the code itself. So at the Institute, we thought this really an exciting area of work in AI. So we have put together an international expert team to sort of say, can we code this in the algorithms, even if it is purely a data mining algorithm? Can we code these ethical principles in the code itself? And a lot of the initial response is yes, but we need to understand what those constraints are, what are those codes are, and we have so much of work on this. Just go back to the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You got principles of human rights there. We can code that. Then coming up into this notion of data bias. Well, statisticians have always been concerned about data bias. And even if you do a simple linear regression or even a more nonlinear, sampling bias is one of the most important things that they tend to check at. So it can be done in the algorithm itself. Remember, these are early days, so people were so excited with the computing power being able to do these predictions. But it's, as I say, science is an evolving process. So as we learn, we will code, we will make sure that things get better. But the SEL competencies are immensely needed, and we don't train that in the education system.
Thank you very much for the very comprehensive answer. I believe that Prof. Azizan has another question. Prof, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Collins. Prof. Ananta, it's so much of a great pleasure to actually encounter you on the screen. We've heard so much about you. Collins was actually one of our candidates for one of your projects earlier on. So anyway, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. We are very much interested in your SEL project. So my burning question is, how much have you been able to promote this module or these competencies? And we certainly in Malaysia are very interested in this module, and how might we be able to work with you to expand it? Thank you so much.
So I'm kind of going to boast a little bit here. We were fortunate enough to have been able to work with the government, with the Ministry of Education here in India. Now, with the new education policy, which India has just implemented or in the process of implementing, there is a whole section on social-emotional learning. Now, we are now working with the relevant authorities in India to train first the teachers. We are just about completing one huge network of government-run boarding schools in the rural areas. About how many teachers? Approximately 8,000, isn't it? About 8,000 teachers. We have just now signing another MOU with the ministry to train 120,000 teachers on our platform. We will be translating this module. It's called the Digital Teacher, as well as the SEL for Teachers, Social Emotional Learning for Teachers, into a format that they can use on their platform. Because our platform is really interactive. It's more like a pedagogical tool rather than just a transmissive tool, where you just put information and then people just go, your typical, what they call it, LMS. It's not a learning management, it's really a pedagogical platform itself. So, but because they have 8.7 million teachers in India. So what we have agreed with them is to translate that such that they can put it on their platform, and 8.7 million teachers are going to be trained on social emotional learning over the next year or so. We already have an agreement with Bhutan, so we are training. They have asked us to train all their teachers. The same thing with the Maldives and so forth. So we are more than happy because Malaysia is part of UNESCO, one of the member states, and we will be more than happy to work with as an arm. We did try under the previous minister, but then once there was a government change, they sort of told us to hold on for a while, and so that's on the back bench, if you for the time being.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you, Prof. Are there any questions?
Everybody happy to is everybody happy by me saying that we are all not humans at the present?
Yes, we agree with you.
No, I don't agree. We are all still humans.
Biologically.
Can I ask a question, Collins? Is it okay? Last question, very urgent question. Okay, Prof.
Yes,
I'm Visalachi Balakrishnan from the Faculty of Education, University Malaya. And I've been in teaching for 35 years. So now with all this AI and thing, I also think I will be a dinosaur in a few years' time with systems changing so fast. But my question is, because I'm into ethics and character education, there is an intergeneration gap between the novice teachers and the senior teachers. I will put myself somewhere in between because I have to keep up with all this IT stuff. But what's happening in most schools, whether in Malaysia or in many other countries, the young ones are very IT based. They know everything, but wisdom wise, they don't have that much. The senior ones do not have IT, but they are very wise. So there is this tug of war between the both. And I find the young ones a bit of arrogance because they think they know the latest, and the old ones are very threatened, but they try to belittle the young ones by saying, you only know technology, but you don't know the content. How are we going to resolve this entire issue, Prof?
So we are into human behavior right now, and I think there will be multiple pathways to address this. One is the whole competency of understanding the other, in a sense, the young understanding the position of the. I hate to use the word young and old in the traditional sense, but is to understand each other, irrespective of age or experience, is to sort of say, from what perspective are they coming? The young ones might be more impatient, they want change. On the other, and also the role of the teacher is changing. The so-called knowledge provider is no longer really valid anymore. It's more of a mentor, guardian, or is what the role of the teacher is, and therefore the education departments will have to evolve. I'll tell you that it was interesting when we did the IC assessment, which is International Science Evidence Education Assessment. We brought in about 300 more experts, mostly from education departments across the world, from different universities and stuff. Now, it was so interesting to see a disconnect between the traditional educationists and those who are coming from the neurosciences, cognitive sciences, psychology, versus comparative education, teacher training, and so forth. And these are people at the university level. And one of the things that we found was, understanding and respect for each other. And that seems to be one of the major qualities that is lacking. Now we know that, and we have ample evidence that a 10-week intervention on SEL, a good SEL, because there are many out there, changes the way people react and behave with each other. Now, these gains are lost relatively quickly if there isn't continuous development as well as refresher courses, as you would very well be aware of, even within the education system. So, but it does have huge impact. So again, I will go on my mantra that SCL is so important for everybody, just not the education community, but for all communities. But within the education sector, for the teachers, important, for the educators themselves, for the people who are working in education departments. You know, you sort of said that the old are wise, but don't have the tech savvy. The young are tech savvy but not wise. I wouldn't put it so binary, because I have met many of the old who are not wise at all, except for the fact that they've just been there for that long. So age equals wisdom. I would that equation might have to be revisited. But I think it's about really understanding each other, respecting each other, and putting each other in each other's perspectives, and then coming to a certain understanding of how each can help each other. This is one of the reasons we started, you know, there's been this push for youth and youth voices. And I agree with you in a sense that those who are in the older have had experiences, they've seen things fail, they've seen things that have worked. So we started something called Talking Across Generations as a process, where we get the young ones, because they are energetic, they want change, they are impatient. These are all characteristics that we tend to lose with age, because we say the systems are slow, so we understand we can't. And then with the people who have gone through those systems, and if you get them to start dialoguing and really working together, I think we can see some change. And it's really important not to be condescending among the younger ones, because that irritates them. My kids react that way.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Doctor. Maybe the final parting question for me, Prof, before we end the session. We have seen the race for the mastery of AI heating up now. Of course, the bipolarity between US and China, especially in the race for the dominance of AI. So what would be your advice to developing states, especially Malaysia, in wanting to join the bandwagon and in developing their own AI capacities? So you, as a prominent figure in this area, maybe what is your best advice for states who are keen to have their own capacity of AI up to the par of global standards?
I would encourage them to explore, and it's an exciting field in AI, the coding, the mathematical writing, right from the source of writing the code to coding the models, to then actually using it. But I think we will do well by training them at the same time on, and we are not advocating just our SCL, but any good social emotional learning into the whole program. Like we have courses that teach mathematics with SCL incorporated. We don't do it separately, because then people can't see the connect. You've got to incorporate it into the program. So if there's a program on AI, there should be SCL incorporated, mainstreamed into that particular course, ethics, and then you can start building the whole notion of, in terms of how you understand the different perspectives, how the biases, how do you feel if you were one of the ones that got biased by this algorithm? So how would you then try to change that? So you ask, it's a whole process of inquiry, but with an ethical mindset, and that ethical mindset founded on these foundational competencies of social emotional.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Ananta, for your very comprehensive, meaningful, fruitful, and of course, thought-provoking points, and for your contributions to this field. On behalf of the center and I believe of the entire audience, we'd like to express our gratitude to your time and to your support. So without further delay, I think this will be our last session, and I'll hand over to Prof. Azizan for her closing remarks. So thank you, and hope to see all of you again. Thank you
so much, Collins. Thank you, Prof. Ananta. ladies and gentlemen, respected guests, and our honored speakers, and especially keynote speakers, our wonderful moderators. I have many things to say to the people who have been working very hard towards the success of this two-day conference. And it's been a wonderful experience. It's a process of recovering after 2 years, as Associate Professor Dr. Duria has said earlier on, of us being in hibernation, so to speak. So Alhamdulillah, we have been able to bring ourselves together. And even though it's just virtually, I think it has meant a lot, yeah, Dr. Duria. And all in all, I think the themes or the sub-themes that we have chosen, even though they may look different from each other, like as if they may not be totally related to one another, but I think if you think about it, things seem to have flowed a natural flow. Just to mention the last one, the last speaker, Professor Ananta, he spoke about social emotional learning, which is the basis of being human, and this is connected to what Dr. Hafsah, she spoke about human beings, being careful about changing the natural order. So these two presentations actually ask us the questions that was underlined just now by Professor Ananta. What does it mean to be human? Yeah? And then we can link it to Dr. Osman Bakar's questions of social justice. What does it mean to be able to have justice in your life? And what happens if there's no social justice? And justice is not only for yourself, but also for the Jama'ah, for the rest of the community and for the rest of humanity. And all that is in jeopardy at the moment. And so we could go back and write to day one yesterday. And last but not least, we should say that education is a keyword in everything that we have been talking about so far. And this has been addressed also by many of our colleagues. Question of the role of technology, science and technology. Science and technology has helped human beings very much, but then again, today it is in the hands of people with power. And we ask the questions, the expansion of technology, including AI, is in the hands of who, and to what benefit, to what effect are they expanding technology, especially AI technology. And we wanted to ask Professor Nanta, is AI today benefiting the whole of society in a holistic manner? Yeah? So it's like we have two opposites there. SEL, we try to ethicize, we want to inject morality into AI. But then again, for that, we need to humanize everyone. And this is the essence of our conference, to remind us of our common humanity. And this brings us to the question of the name of the center itself. It is not called the Center for Interreligious Dialogue, no. It is called the Center for Civilizational Dialogue. Yeah. So it's the people coming from various civilizations dialoguing with one another on the basis of their cherished worldviews and value systems. Yeah, because to speak about interreligious dialogue is just too complicated. You need the absolutely religious people with 100% knowledge of their own religion's knowledge to do that. And just as Professor Ananta has shown, we are all imperfect, and only God is perfect. But then someone will ask, what if I don't believe in God? So there you are. So what is in front of us is our sustaining ourselves into the future. Do you want a future or not? Do you want to be civilized or not? And that's another question. What does it mean to be civilized as opposed to being uncivilized? So today is the postmodern world. It's not even the postmodern world, it's the postmodern world, which means anything goes, which means whoever has the greater audience will win the day. So we are hoping that this tiny weeny voice that we are projecting to the universe in these 2 days will make an impact, will make a difference. And that I know as humans, we have so many things inside our breast, inside our hearts, you know, that has remained unspoken, you know. And I think it was student of Plato who said that, or was it Plato himself said that the greatest pain is when you are misunderstood. And this is where, when we speak about empathic listening, this is where it comes from. But unfortunately, it's not easy to expect empathic listening to just anybody. So again, we all have to be mature about this, and we have to be able to sort ourselves out. And I think SEL, bottom line, SEL, social emotional learning is very critical, and you have to understand who you are and what you are. And this is what I think we have, to some degree, been able to achieve in these 2 days. So I have the, you know, distinct pleasure and privilege. I mean, I know this privilege belongs to all of us in this conference, but since Pauline has asked me to do the closing, so once again, I repeat, thank you so much to our speakers, especially our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Osman Bakar, Professor Dr. Ananta, Professor Ibrahim Muhammad Zain, Associate Professor Elisha Nasruddin, Associate Professor Sharina Abdul Halim, and our moderators, Associate Professor Zuljasri, who had to stand in for Professor Tarikullah, Associate Professor Wendy yesterday, Professor Dr. Chai this morning, Professor Dr. Duria, who is a superwoman. She has multiple roles at the center, and she's actually the real pillar of strength on which the center rests. And we wish her the greatest health and happiness, yeah, and so that she can be with the center for as long as possible. And Associate Professor Dr. Visha, yeah, Doctor, you have so much to offer in the context of education. My 2 cents worth of, you know, collegial, we call it patting on the back, is, Doctor, we need to pat ourselves on the back ourselves. Nobody would do that for us, you know. Like when one of the slides shows that love, have love, yeah? First of all, for yourself. So we need all of us to love ourselves to begin with in this journey. And then, of course, Mr. Collins Chong Yu Kiet, who is now actually in Johor. Hope your conference is going very well, Collins. And again, yourself and Mr. Chang Liwei, Mr. Ahmad, Mrs. Lisa, Mrs. Nur Zaliza, Mrs. Rosita, these are our staff at the center. If I missed anyone, Mr. Abul Yami. So all of us are in this together. So with all of our audience support today, yesterday and today, we thank the Almighty, if you like, or the great forces of nature, or whatever you want to refer this superpower to. Thank you so much, and I hope we will see all of us again in the not too distant future. So as the Malay saying goes, if there's anything good, it's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If there's something that's not so good, it is from us, the host. But I tell you, we have had a wonderful time meeting all of you, and Professor, as Associate Professor Dr. Duria said this morning, we have colleagues joining us from Brunei, from where else, Dr. Duria? Indonesia, where else? India, of course.
Brunei, Singapore.
Bangladesh, yeah, I know. So thank you so much. And you know, like Dr. Osman Bakar says, these are all questions, but we need to constantly revisit, and we must never ever give up. Yeah, and the word creative, the word. Thank you, Dr. Visha, for disagreeing with me. Are we humans? When I said no, I mean, you know, in reality, in theory, we all know we are humans. But lots and lots and lots and lots of our beloved fellow human beings out there do not realize that they are not fulfilling their human potential. So, and this is what this is all about. Civilization cannot exist if humans stop being humans. So this is the what we call it, the basic spirit of this conference. Yeah? So thank you so much once again. Please write to us, please contact us for other matters that you think is important or interesting to you. And we will be doing a World Philosophy Conference sometimes in November or December. And philosophy, it seems, is a very important field. It has been sidelined, yeah. Philosophia, love of wisdom. And there's a lot of knowledge, but not enough wisdom today in the world. So you may quarrel with that statement, but I think most of us yearn for wisdom. So yes, the older generation, the younger generation, we need all of us to come together. So thank you so much once again. And I close with the lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And